participate in the National Seminar on Pluralism and Diversity in South Asian Literature. As we begin this auspicious event, let us invoke the abundant grace and mercy of our Lord Almighty to prevail amidst us. I invite the college choir for prayer song.
Open the eyes of the blind, there's no one like you, none like you. Into the darkness we shine, out of the ashes we rise, there's no one like you, none like you. Our God is greater, our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Our God is healer, awesome in power. Our God, our God. Our God is greater, our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Our God is healer, awesome in power. Our God. Our God. And if our God is for us, then who could ever stop us? And if our God is with us, then what could stand against? And if our God is for us, then who could ever stop us? And if our God is with us, then what could stand against? And what could stand against? Our God is greater, our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Our God is healer, awesome in power. Our God, our God.
Thank you, Madam Choir. I request the dignitaries to take their seats on the dais. Literature is the one place in any society where, within the secrecy of our own heads, we can hear voices talking about everything in every possible way, says the renowned author Salman Rushdie. The scope for ensuring such a privileged arena of expression lies not in the hands of the writers, but is bestowed with the readers for the noble cause of understanding human existence among chaos and conflicts. This national seminar, convened on pluralism and diversity, is sure to open doors to perceive literature as a social spectrum. With all eagerness to deconstruct these two terms in the literary context, let us get into the mood of this academic endeavor. May I invite Dr. Judith Sheila Damayanti, Head and Associate Professor of English, to welcome the gathering and introduce the resource person to the session.
Good morning to all. You can get horses ready for the battle, but it is the Lord who gives victory. Proverbs 21, verse 31. As we, the PG and Research Department of English, St. Mary's College Autonomous Thoothukudi, host the National Seminar on Pluralism and Diversity in South Asian Literature, I feel much delighted and honored to welcome our Secretary, Reverend Sister Dr. C. Shibana, a guiding spirit in all our academic endeavors. Our principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Jessie Fernando, the pillar of the premier institution. Our deputy principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Kulandai Teres, a multi-dimensional personality, Reverend Sister Josephine J. Rani, Director SSC, known for her benevolence, Controller of Examinations, Dr. A. Punita Dharani, Dr. Jacqueline Leo, Associate Professor and Dean, School of Language and Culture, Vice Principals, Deans of various schools, coordinators, heads of diverse departments, Mrs. Sahaya Sharmila, Coordinator, Department of English SSC, my dear colleagues, students, learned professors, and participants from neighboring and distant colleges to the iconic seminar. At this defining moment, I extend my cordial welcome to all the eminent resource persons of the day. Dr. S. Samuel Rufus, Associate Professor, PG and Research Department of English, Madras Christian College, Autonomous, Chennai. Dr. Rachel John, Assistant Professor of English, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Devagiri, Kozhikode, Kerala. And Dr. G. Bhaskaran, Professor and Dean, School of English and Foreign Languages, Gandhigram, Rural Institute, Gandhigram, Dindigal, who have kindly consented our humble invitation to share their expertise. I take this present opportunity to welcome and introduce the keynote speaker, Dr. S. Samuel Rufus, Associate Professor, PG and Research Department of English, Madras Christian College, Autonomous, Chennai. A very versatile and erudite scholar, well known in the academic arena, Sir started his career as lecturer with the American College, Madurai in the year 2002 and later joined Madras Christian College in the year 2003. Sir has such a voluminous and enriched academic profile that everything can't be mentioned within the short span of time. He has authored 4 books and edited more than 8 peer-reviewed journals to his credit. He has served as a resource person and chaired sessions in more than 180 podiums. He has been the resource person for the UGC-sponsored refresher courses, panelist in pioneering panel discussions, a plenary speaker, and has conducted many workshops. He has been the external examiner for PhD dissertations. He has served as doctoral committee member of various renowned institutions. He is a member in Post-Colonial Studies Association, UK. To add further to his intellectual literary cap, he is the recipient of the University Gold Medal in MA English and winner of the President Venkataraman Gold Medal for Academic Excellence, Bharatidasan University, Tiruchirappalli in 2002 from His Excellency, the Governor of Tamil Nadu, Sri P.S. Ram Mohan Rao. He has also backed the Tamil Nadu Government Merit Scholarship for Excellence in Academic for PG students, Bharatidasan University, Tiruchirappalli in 2001. His areas of interest ranging from post-colonial studies, bioregional studies, literary theory and criticism, digital humanities, etc., speak volumes of his literary acumen. Indeed, we are fortunate to have such an eminent, down-to-earth academician amidst us, and he is the most befitting person to give the keynote address and enlighten us on the captivating topic, locating heterotemporal sensibility and materiality in the teaching machine, a critique. Once again, on behalf of the PG and Research Department of English, I welcome you all to the National Seminar on Pluralism and Diversity in South Asian Literature to have an enriching experience. Welcome one and all.
Thank you, dear ma'am, for your heartwarming note of welcome. May I request the Secretary, Reverend Dr. Shibana, to present a memento to the resource person, Dr. Samuel Rufus. Thank you, sister. At the outset, I'm glad to acknowledge the presence of Reverend Sister Dr. Jessica Fernando, a principal and guiding force, who has graced this occasion with the presence and moral support. I invite Sister to offer the presidential address.
Most respected dignitaries on the dais, eminent professors, research scholars, and students from other esteemed institutions, and my dear Marians, wish you all a pleasant day. At the outset, I would like to congratulate and appreciate all the faculty members of the PG and Research Department of English for conducting this wonderful national seminar on pluralism and diversity in South Asian literature. South Asian literature is a rich and diverse literary tradition that encompasses the literary works of countries located in the southern part of Asia, primarily India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, and the Maldives. This literary tradition is characterized by its long history, multilingual nature, and a wide range of themes. South Asian literature is a vibrant and a multifaceted literary tradition that reflects the cultural, historical, and social diversity of the region. It continues to evolve, providing valuable insights into the complexities of South Asian societies and serving as a bridge between different cultures and perspectives on the global stage. The topic, pluralism and diversity in South Asian literature, has a wide scope as it brings together publications in anthropology and sociology, alongside international and political relations, expressing themes of historical and contemporary relevance. South Asian literature has also witnessed significant contributions from writers who address issues of diaspora, migration, and the experiences of South Asians living abroad. This diasporic literature has added another layer of complexity to the already diverse literary landscape. The roots of South Asian literature can be tracked back to ancient texts such as the Vedas and the epics of Ramayana and Mahabharata, which were composed in Sanskrit. Over the centuries, South Asian literature has evolved, incorporating various languages, cultures, and religions, including Hinduism, Islam, Buddhism, and others. One distinctive feature of South Asian literature is its ability to reflect the complex and diverse of the region. It explores themes such as love, spirituality, social justice, identity, and the impact of colonialism. The works often provide insight into the region's rich cultural heritage, traditions, and the struggles of its people. Prominent South Asian authors like Rabindranath Tagore, Salman Rushdie, Arundhati Roy, and many others have gained international recognition for their contributions to world literature. Their work often bridge the gap between the local and the global, addressing universal themes while maintaining a distinct South Asian perspective. So South Asian literature continues to be a source of inspiration, knowledge, and diverse cultural exchange for people around the world. Studying South Asian literature not only provides academic input, but also widens a deeper understanding of a rich, pluralistic cultural heritage with global significance. The seminar on pluralism and diversity in South Asian literature provides a gateway to analyze the history of South Asian nations, their socio-political, cultural, and linguistic diversities, cross-cultural ethos, and literary innovations alongside their global dimensions. I hope and wish that this national seminar will be a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, dear sister, for your words of motivation. It is said that sometimes we need someone to simply be there, just to let us feel that we are backed up and cared enough. Our Secretary, Reverend Sir Dr. Shibana, is doubtlessly one such person who assures that we carry out all our ventures smoothly under her patronage. With her gracious presence, she is here with us today to offer a felicitation. Over to you, sister.
A blissful morning to one and all gathered here. Our respected dignitaries on and off the dais, respected teachers from Department of English, participants from various institutions, and my dear students, a warm greetings to you all. Observation more than books and experience more than persons are the prime educators. Educating is simply the soul of a society as it passes from one generation to another. Literature is one of the most interesting and significant expression of humanity. It is the art of discovering something extraordinary about ordinary people and saying with ordinary words something extraordinary. Today, the Department of English is conducting the best topic on pluralism and diversity in South Asian literature. So I would like to congratulate the organizers for conducting this special title today. Yes, the purpose of the South Asian literature is very vast. South Asian writers used European techniques like modernism and postmodernism and modify or inflict them in unique ways. South Asian literature has a very universal perspective. This literature has gained importance among researchers, and they work on this authentic literature to have deep insight in the depiction of issues, women's oppression, status in South Asian countries. And I am sure this national seminar will enable the participants to acquire knowledge on various themes of South Asian literature like colonialism, different cultures, migration, gender bias, racism, pride in one's own culture, and issues of identity and nationhood. I take this opportunity again to congratulate and appreciate Dr. A. Judy Sheila, Head and Associate Professor of English, and the organizing committee for their untiring effort and relentless coordination to execute this seminar effectively. On behalf of the management of St. Mary's College, I wish each and every one of you to have a wonderful day. We need to move beyond the idea and toward the idea that education creates for ourselves. Once again, I wish and thank you one and all for this wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, sister, for reminding us that we have undertaken a Herculean task of understanding the cultural diversity of the South Asian literature. We promise to make it effective and successful. As we all know today, we have amidst us an enterprising academician to set the underlying tone of the seminar on pluralism and diversity in South Asian literature. May I invite Dr. S. Samuel Rufus for the most important revelation of an academic conference like this, the keynote address.
Good morning. Very good morning to everyone. I thank the organizers of this wonderful national seminar for having invited me for this very pertinent topic, very relevant topic for the current times. And I will be talking on heterotemporal sensibility and textual materiality in the teaching machine. Heterotemporal sensibility. Those of you who are doing your research, or PG students also, you might find some concepts that can connect with, especially if you're working in South Asian literature, you might find some of the concepts that tug at your heartstrings. So I will just give you a small formula before I start. The formula is literary imagination equals linguistic inventiveness plus cultural identities. This is the formula I'm giving you to analyze, evaluate, interpret South Asian literatures. Literary imagination equals yes, linguistic inventiveness plus cultural identities. Because in South Asian literatures, it is not one identity that we have a plurality of identities that are celebrated. And the South Asian writer doesn't necessarily write the way their Western counterparts write. That is something unique about them. That is why I said literary imagination, the fertile imagination of the South Asian writer is different. It has a variety. There is an inventiveness in language. We use a language that the Westerner doesn't use. The hurricane doesn't roar in pentameter because pentameter is the regular way of life for their poetry. But for us, it is not pentameter. We have a different literary imagination. We have a different linguistic inventiveness because we are proud of the various identities that we have. Amartya Sen, he wrote a wonderful book which changed my perspective to looking at identity. In fact, if this book were prescribed in universities and in colleges, I think the world would be a better place. Identity and Violence, a very powerful, transformative book that looks at the concept of identity from different rewarding perspectives. He says, I'm not one identity. I have a whole lot of identities on me. One is my linguistic identity, one is my cultural identity, one is my ethnic identity, my national identity, religious identity. I have a whole lot of identity. Just take the WhatsApp groups that we have. How many groups we are? If we like a particular type of music, we are in that particular group. If you like coffee, coffee lovers will have a group. You will be in that group. If you like, for example, a great role model in society, Abdul Kalam, you will be in that group. So we are not a product of one identity, but Amartya Sen says politics today, and terrorist organizations and fundamentalist organizations today harp or emphasize on one identity that is called singularity. I am only this. I don't have any other identity. And that is where violence comes, he says. Identity and Violence, 2006. It's a wonderful book. Amartya Sen, like Abdul Kalam and others, has given us some liberative concepts here. Let's not be very particular about one identity, but that is what politicians want. You are a Democrat, you are a Republican. No change in that. East is East, West is West. When a person crosses over from the East to the West, they get another identity. Maybe I was born in Chennai, I grew up in another place. The place where I was in Chennai has given me an identity. Where I grew up in some other place has given me another identity. So what is identity? It is not singular. But violence comes only when we emphasize singularity over these cultural identities. Again, I come back to the formula that I gave you. Literary imagination equals two things. What are they? Yes, linguistic inventiveness. When I am placed in Thoothukudi, for example, my language changes. Yesterday, when I was traveling by the local Chennai bus to the railway station, I was witnessing the language that the locals spoke on the bus. Itinuva, Itinupo. It was a completely different language. And when I came here, the first thing I asked ma'am was this morning when we were having tea, the person asked me, Chini, Poduma, sir. So I was Chini. Okay. There they say Sakare. And in Madurai, they say Genie. Here, Chini. So, identity gives me a language. Where do I feel I have an identity? When I feel safer. Otherwise, I will not get into that group. Where I feel I belong. The more identities, the more the concept of home. So when I grew up in Chennai, I had an identity. It was my home. Maybe you grew up in the hostel for some years. You have an identity as a hosteler. You grow up in the UG class, BA English class here. You have an identity. I am a Marian. I am a UG English literature student in St. Mary's College. You have an identity. But this identity alone isn't your identity, isn't it? When you move over for your PG to some other college or to some other university, you will get another identity, another group of friends. And identity is also somewhere you belong. You feel safe. You feel familiar. That is why the more the identities, the more the homes, the concept of homes, because home gives you a feeling of belonging. Home is where you have a sense of belonging. Home is where it evokes memories, isn't it? Right? Home is where you have a lot of nostalgia. Kamala Das says in a wonderful little poem called My Grandmother's House. What does she say there? At present, I'm not happy with my house. It is a house here. Why? Because it is not a home. My husband is torturing me. I don't feel loved here. But I always look back to my grandmother's house. Why? That was the only place I call my home. And she gives two words there in that poem. What are the two words? She says, I was made to feel proud. I was made to feel loved. Two words in that poem that she says gives me the concept of home, my grandmother's place. Why? Because it connects with safety. It connects with security. So home is where I feel safe. Maybe today I'm here. 50 years ago, I will share another secret information with you. 50 years ago, my mom studied in the same institution. She did a PUC, BA English, MA English here. Sister Teresa Mary was her teacher, and Sister Eucharista Mary was her teacher. Whenever she speaks, and many other professors were there. And after that, my mom's elder sisters also grew up here. This department is an amazing department. This department is one of the best departments, right? And whenever she says about, Sister Eucharista Mary, she will dance like her. She'll say, the way she taught us Shakespeare. And my mom's elder sisters who studied there went on to Jawaharlal Nehru University. They were professors there. And another teacher, Dr. Usha, she was in Bokaro Steel City College, Bihar, as a professor. She retired just 5 years ago. So when I took the sunrise here and showed it to my mom over WhatsApp, she's in her 70s now. You know what she said? The same sun. The same sun. Right? I felt so, so connected. In fact, I was born here. Then we, moved on to other places because my mom, got married, and then we settled in other places. But home is a place where you feel safe. The moment I said I'm going to St. Mary's, she immediately recollected all the favorites. Srinivasa Iyengar, the famous writer who wrote Indian writing in English, has visited this institution, she said. The way he spoke to us, great scholars used to visit St. Mary's, she said, gives you not only a sense of identity, but sense of home. So when you have a home, you have a language. When you have a home, you have an identity. The more the homes, the more the varieties of language, isn't it? So in Tirunelveli or Thoothukudi, you say Variyala, Poriyala. In Madurai, different. In Chennai, it's completely different. You need at least 6 months to get used to the Chennai variety of language. So when a person from Chennai writes a novel, they write it with a different conception of Tamil. I was shocked when I joined MCC 2003. I was shocked when I interacted with the locals there. From Madurai, I went there. The way they spoke was Kundu, they said. I couldn't understand. Kundu means sit, right? Etunu po, itunu va. That means edutittu po, edutittu va. It was very weird. At the same time, it was very funny. For us, it might seem funny, but for them, it's a way of life. It gives them their identity because they call it their home. So as many homes you have, as many varieties of language that you have, you are Anandamurthy says, I have a home language. I have a street language. I have a communication language. When you talk with your teacher, you don't say, hi, sister, how are you? You don't say that. Good morning, sister. Why? Isn't it? That is called communication language, official language, varieties of language. At home, the language changes. Completely changes. Why? At home, you don't sit as pretty and as decent we sit here. The two legs will be up. The head will be down. And the remote control will be somewhere dangling between. Some kadalai or something will munch. And isn't it? There we have a safety. No one is going to ask me anything. I feel at home. I have an identity at home. The variety of language that I speak at home, the register we call it, is completely different. Why is that? That is why the writers in South Asian, you should be proud of this fact also. The Americans, the English people, they have just one language. But they're surprised when they see us speaking 2 languages, sometimes 3 languages. You go to Hyderabad or Bengaluru, you'll find even the rickshaw wala, the auto wala will speak 4 languages, 5 languages. So surprising. We speak, Kamalada says in a poem introduction, I speak 3 languages. Yes. And so see the blessedness we have that they don't have. And that is why I told you that formula, linguistic inventiveness. We don't speak the way the Queen speaks English. Why? I will give you a very simple example. English people will ask, are you coming? In Tamil and English, we have a linguistic inventiveness. What is that? Coming, So weird, no? Coming, eating, And one more weird word is there. Have we ever used the word okay alone? Okay, va? Linguistic inventiveness is a part and parcel of our identities. The reason is we are an amalgamation of cultures. That is why the last phrase there, cultural identities. The more the cultures, the more the identities. In Kerala also the same. When I was in Kochi, they spoke a different variety of Malayalam. People from Trivandrum had come over there and they were speaking Malayalam. The people there were laughing, this Malayalam, this is Malayalam. Trivandrum people speak a Malayalam, but they can't, gel with this variety. The same in Tamil Nadu. If you go to Nagarkoil, you can't understand the Tamil that they speak. But it is also Tamil. This is called linguistic inventiveness. As a result of the various cultural identities that we have, South Asian literatures don't promote singularity. They promote cultural identities. What Amartya Sen says, perpetually shifting identities. In this wonderful 2000 book he writes, it's a moving book, it's a lovely book that we should all read, like Igniting Minds. He says, all of us have our own identities, but they are perpetually shifting. When I'm here, I have an identity. When I go to another place, I have another identity. Then I become a teacher, I have another identity. I get married into another family, I have another identity. Perpetually shifting identities. And this is where Chandra Talpade Mohanty, one of the pioneering third world feminists from India. She uses the word multi-locality. So what is multi-locality? Multi-placedness. When I'm in Chennai, when someone from Tirunelveli talks to me, their language, I can relate to their culture. Someone from Europe talks to me, immediately I adapt to their culture. Heterotemporal means a unique sensibility that is a blessing only to the South Asian writers and readers. In English, when Perumal Murugan's works were translated into English by Anirudh and others, some of the words were untranslatable. I've read his works in English especially. Some words in Tamil, when we asked Anirudh why he didn't translate it, he said, the aura of the original will be lost. Aura means something unique to the original will be lost in translation. So I'll just give you a very simple example. The word mamoy, she calls. Mamoy. You know what? He has translated it as mamoy in English. He doesn't say uncle oi, no, right? Or something else. No, the word won't gel there. The word won't fit there. Mama means it has a different connotation. Periyamma means it has a different, you can't say big sister or big, big mother. You can't say that. Periyamma means it has a feel. Language carries culture, says Tiango. Language carries your culture. The more homes you have, the more varieties of language you can. And this is reflected in your work. Chandra Talpade Mohanty uses the word multi-locality or multi-placedness. And she also cites an example of how in Indian, especially Hindu weddings, you have a beautiful tradition of how the girl who is going to get moved from her home, what does she do? A ritual. She will have a fistful of rice, and she will throw it over her shoulders like this. Why? The reason is she wants to tell them, this is called a metaphysical home. Now look at this, from multi-locality, heterotemporal, you have a metaphysical home, a home in the mind. Amma, I'm moving over to another place, but this home I will still carry in my heart. Because this is my natal home, the home that gave me birth. I'm moving out of this place. I know that, but I will still carry memories of this home. Where? In the mind. That is why Salman Rushdie wrote in 1988, Imaginary Homelands. Imaginary Homelands. What a beautiful work, no? There, one line that he says so moved me, I'll say it for you. He says, what does it mean to be an Indian outside India? I was thinking about this term again and again. What does it mean to be an Indian when you are outside of India? Just imagine we are all in North Carolina or Washington, D.C. now. We'll be very curious about what is happening in India. No? What is happening in India? When anyone says anything wrong about India, one punch will give them. Why? That is my land. That is my identity. That is my nation. When cricket, especially, the pitch, the high fever will be there between Pakistan and India, especially, will be so ferocious. Some have even gone to the extent of breaking the television sets. When you find so much, what does it mean to be an Indian outside of India? Cartography of the mind. Cartography means what? Map in the mind. That will always be there, especially on voyages when they go in the ships. The people who go on the journey, when they go from their hometown, what they do? I don't know whether that's a tradition now, but in the 20th centuries, they used to take the soil from the ground and keep it on their forehead. Why? This is the land that gave me my everything. I'm moving out, but I will carry traces of this in my mind, in my heart. Metaphysical home. How concept of home shifts. That's why, Amartya Sen says perpetual shifting of our identities are there. based on the place where we are located. Multi-locatedness, he calls it. Multi-placedness, he calls it. Multi-locality, as Chandra Talpade Mohanty calls it. The more the places, the more the identities. In Abdul Razzaq Gurnah, you must have known him. 2 years back, he got the Nobel Prize for Literature, a post-colonial studies scholar who is also professor of English, post-colonial studies. He wrote a book in 1988. It is called Admiring Silence. It sometimes moves you to tears because it is about nostalgia. It is about home. He comes as a refugee all the way to England and he stays there. He marries a white girl without the parents' knowledge, and he also has a child with a white girl. But now when he goes back home, he doesn't tell anything about this white girl or the white child to any of them. But when he goes back home, he's very rich now. He's filthy rich. He's now somebody. He came as a refugee. He's going back as somebody to his home. He says, when I went back home, after 30 or 35 years, he goes to the same mosque where he used to pray. So he says, the mats were spread in the mosque, and I was very curious if anyone will recognize me. If at least one person will recognize me among the people who flocked the mosque. Then I went to the mosque, put my sandals outside, got in, did my namaz, and then after I finished it, one hand came and tapped me on the shoulder. Hi, Abdul, how are you? That pat was so exhilarating for me. That pat was so exciting for me. I felt the touch of home when the pat, and soon the word spread, hey, Abdul has come. And very soon many others came and said, hey. That high and that excitedness in them made me so excited. It was a real homecoming. 1916, when Rabindranath Tagore wrote a wonderful novel, Home and the World. Where is home in the world? Kaniyan Pumandranar gives us a wonderful line, no? Yadum, Ure, Yavarum. Can we imagine that? Take a minute and think about it. Yadum Ure, every town is my town. Yavarum Kelir, everyone is my relative. How many years ago, how many centuries ago is written? Can we think about, this universal humanism that Tamil society has promoted? Even today, we are a tolerant society. We say no, right? The reason is we have promoted this concept of universal humanism, universal sisterhood and brotherhood. You can't even think of that. Now, every place where I go is my home, is my town, is my own town. So I go to Chennai, that is also Tuticorin for me. I go to Madurai, that is also Tuticorin for me. They say, now you can take a person out of Tuticorin, but you cannot take Tuticorin out of a person. That bond that you have with your home is something that universal humanism that he promoted. Amitav Ghosh talks about it again in his 1988 beautiful work, Shadow Lines. Going away, coming home. The double bind, you call it. This is the predicament. Double bind. Where do I belong? I have multiple identities now. Where do I belong? What is double bind? You know what is a double bind, no? Dilemma. A dilemma is very clear. After UG, what do you want to do? After UG, you want to do your PG or marriage. PG or wedding. You are in a dilemma. You don't know what to do. That is equally on like a cat on the wall. But in a double bind, BIND, that Gayatri Spivak tells us, you have already chosen what you want to do. That is the difference between a double bind and a dilemma. In a double bind, you know what you want. Yes, I want to do my PG. But still, I will tell everyone I'm going to get married. A double bind. This is a predicament of the South Asian writer because they have two languages here. Which language do I like? Which language do I like more? English or my vernacular? English or my mother tongue? Now, this journey that I told you about, the ritual where a fistful of rice is thrown over the shoulders, or the sailor, when he's going on a journey, he takes a handful of soil and keeps it on the forehead. This journey can be of two types. One is a voluntary journey that I do, voluntary, diasporic writing. One is violent journey, forced journey, like refugees, or during the war. You have now also the conflict is happening. During a war, you will have refugees forced out of a place. In Sri Lanka, when many Sri Lankans came and settled in Tamil Nadu, the question that was asked to them was, even the chief minister said, we will give you land, we'll give you patta, we'll give you everything. We'll give you work, we'll give you ration card, everything. But when they were asked, would you love to be in Tamil Nadu? They said, no. You are Tamilians, right? Yes. You belong here, right? No, no, no. But you are given ration card, you are given everything. That's what the chief minister has promised. Why don't you want to be? No, this is not my home. My home is there. This is a strange place. But still we'll call it a home because we have safety here. We have security here. But this is not our home. By the rivers of Babylon. You know that song? Right? By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, we wept when we remembered Zion. Zion is the ideal home that they were longing for. Country roads take me home to the place I belong. I belong. I'm tormented here. I'm tortured here by the whites as a slave. Country roads take me home to the place where I belong. The radio that I hear early in the morning. In those days, Ceylon radio was there, no, in Thuthukudi. Ceylon radio. Ilangai Vanali. Neer Virupam. All old songs, no, will be. And you will have a beautiful morning when you listen to Ceylon radio. That feeling that he says there, listening to songs in the radio, in the transistor, gives me a feeling of home. And this journey can be, I told you, one is voluntary, the second one is violent. When it is violent, it is anguish. How does literature deal with this violence? A violence will always have a silence attached to it. When there is violence on a girl, or when there is a violence on an oppressed, there will be a silence also attached to that. The girl may not want to open up. The girl may think if she opens up, she will be abused by society. So silence is of three types. One is a forced silence. Don't open up. If you open up, then you are finished. The second one is lack of opportunity, lack of a platform to express themselves. Thomas Gray says, in his elegy written in a country churchyard, many a flower is born to bloom and die. In this desert air. Desert air. Many beautiful flowers are born and die in the desert air because they don't have a platform to bloom. They don't have a space. 1988, when Gayatri Spivak wrote, can the subaltern speak? Good, speak. Why? It is not only about voice. Voice I have. But do I get a chance to speak? A speak means it should have a listener. A speak is where a person speaks and a person listens. Voice, I can sing in the bathroom, no one is going to listen. But when I speak on the mic, everyone listens. It is a dialogue. That is why Spivak says they have a voice. That's why she's very careful not to use the word voice. Giving them voice is not needed. Giving them a chance to speak. So that is the second variety of silence. The third is deliberate silence. It may be because of, Freud uses the word repression, or it is because of you yourself force yourself not to speak up. One is society, one is you don't get a platform, one is internal silence. Wherever there is a violence, there is also a silence. That is why Derrida says, he wrote a beautiful text called Archival Fever, where he says the archives are filled with violence and silence. Archives means what? Historical records are filled with violence and with silence. Derek Walcott says, he got the Nobel Prize also, but he himself says, a Nobel laureate, I met history, but history doesn't recognize me. Shocking, no? I met history, but history doesn't seem to recognize me. So where am I in history? My place has conveniently been clipped off. The history of the blacks has conveniently been sidelined. We are not there in the archives. We are not there in the history books. What happens when we are not in the history books? We lose our identity. When we lose our identity, we lose our culture. 3 words that I always tell: CIL, culture, identity, and language. All 3 go together. So when I lose my language, I lose my culture, because Thiago says language carries culture. When I lose my culture, my identity is lost. And I don't have a subjectivity. I become an object. You know what is an object, right? An object cannot determine its own identity. This is a pen. The pen cannot determine its own identity. I give it a name, Pena, it stays. I name it Kuruvi, it stays. I name it Aruvi, it stays. I give a name for it. In the past, women were objectified. That is why they were named by the patriarchal masters. They were given a lot of qualities. By who? The patriarchal masters, because they were silenced. They didn't have a platform to speak up. They didn't have a chance or a choice to speak up. Pedai, Pedumbai, Mangai, Madandai, Marivai, Terivai, Perilam. All qualities. For the women, who gave this? Not the women. In class, in my second MA class, just 2 weeks ago, I asked in class, I was dealing with Susan Seller's language of sexual difference. So I asked the students impromptu, hey, what do you think is the need of a girl? I asked the boys in class, sir, they need money. Another boy said, sir, she needs wealth, BMW car, all these things. Then I asked her, the girls there, girls now tell me, Brinda. She immediately told me, sir, they are wrong. First thing we need is safety. After that only, everything else. First thing we require. I told them, see, look at this. Your perspective is different. Their perspective is different. Now, who speaks for her? It is the man who has been speaking all these years. And who has been silenced? The objectified are silenced. That is why you have a lot of proverbs. Shakespeare downwards. Frailty, thy name is woman. Who said this? It is a man. Seerum Pambe number. Sirikum Pennai number. Who said this? A man said this. Why? Because they were objectified. When we lose our identity, we lose our subject position. Frantz Fanon felt it when he wrote his 1951 and 1962 works, Wretched of the Earth and Black Skin, White Mass. He felt a stranger as a black in a completely white compartment. When a little white girl calls out saying, devil, devil, just imagine, no? You are the lone black person in a compartment. Everyone else is white there. One little white girl says, Puchandi, what will you do? How bad you'll feel. He says, for the first time, he was working on Freud for his thesis, for his research. First time he says, I felt I was not a subject. First time I felt I was an object. At the mercy of a girl's definition, a little girl's definition. How values have been imbibed into us over a period of time. You are Anandamurti, I told you, no? He gives the concept of varieties of language. A.K. Ramanujan gives us two beautiful words, Agam and Puram. Agam means, Puram means outside. Something that you find in Sangam literature also. Agam and Puram. Tagore says about this in this beautiful poem. You should read this poem that I love a lot. The tame bird was in a cage. The tame bird was in a cage. The free bird was in the forest. The free bird says, hey, come out of this cage. Why? You are living in a cage. You are like a frog in the well. You don't know the world. There is a huge, beautiful world out there. Come out. But the birds in the cage says, hey, you don't know my master. She's very sweet. Every day she gives me nuts to eat, this and that, fruits and everything. I've got everything that I need. But the free bird says, oh, you're eating only one variety of nut and one variety of fruit. Come out. I will make you fly high above in the clouds. And then you can eat all varieties of fruits. You can perch anywhere you want, sleep anywhere you want, you will be jolly. But the tame bird says no. See, when he wrote it, 1920s, he wrote this poem. What a powerful poem. The free bird says, I will teach you the song of the wild. The song of the wild is a beautiful song, no? It comes spontaneously. Here, your song will be suppressed because lights will be off in the night. Morning 6 o'clock only the master will put on the light. But birds start singing by 4 o'clock itself. Right? The song of the wild, I will teach you. Finally, after a lot of cajoling, the tame bird admits, yes, I want to come out. I'm just quoting Tagore here. But alas, my wings are powerless and dead. My wings are powerless. Alas, my wings are powerless and dead. I agree. I want to come out, but I cannot. That is why Amartya Sen says, step out of the singularity, step out of your comfort zone, step out of your privileged zone. The moment we count our privilege as a loss, our gain as a loss, step out of the comfort zone, we'll feel the world in all its grandeur. That is the time we'll experience the world in all its grandeur. In your Anandamurti, his concept of home is completely different. The language varieties that we use, he talks about that. You should read your Anandamurti, you should read Amitav Ghosh especially. And one more person I will say, Monica Ali from the Bangladesh zone. She settled in London, and Brick Lane is one novel that you should read because it talks about a space called interstitial space. What is interstitial space? In between space. As neither there nor here, neither Londoner nor a Bangladeshi. They are settled in London, but I am a mix of both these cultures. So my language is a mix of both these cultures. I live in an interstitial space. We calls it, Homi Baba calls it in-betweenness or liminal space. Liminal space. The moment I step out of one identity and embrace all these identities that I have, that is when singularity begets or gives birth to what we call plurality. And what is the title of your seminar? Is it there? Can you read out the title, one of you? The title of your seminar? Saptama, one person. Yes, pluralism and diversity. So very good. Pluralism and diversity. So when exactly do we celebrate this pluralism and diversity? The moment we step out of our comfort zone. நான் என்ற அகந்தை மாறும் பொழுது. For me, my father is the best, yes. But I can't force it on you and say my father is the best for you. Isn't it? For me, my language is the best. தமிழுக்கு அமுது என்று பெயர். But I can't force it on a Telugu and say this is the best language. You have it or leave. Pluralism is a celebration of identities. It's a celebration of linguistic inventiveness. This is where Jacques Derrida says, when I believe in the idea of one upmanship, I believe in another bad word that is called a hierarchy. When there is a hierarchy, I believe that men are superior, there is a hierarchy. When there is a hierarchy, one is at the top, one is at the bottom. When there is a hierarchy, there is power. When there is power, there is always resistance to power. Who says this? Michel Foucault. When there is power, there is always resistance. Amma tells you, வெயில்ல போய் விளையாடாத. Don't play out in the sun as a kid. What do you do? Okay, ma. Then deliberately you'll go out. Why? When there is power, there is resistance. Don't open the refrigerator. There is nothing there. Amma ஒரே தடவை. Once I'll open it and see, just once. There is nothing there. Don't open the refrigerator. Amma says with power. Don't open the refrigerator. Then Amma goes to sleep. Immediately, gently and gently, we go to the refrigerator. I open it, see it, nothing is there. Where there is power, there is resistance. Where there is power, there is knowledge also, says Foucault. Power begets knowledge, at the same time resistance. In South Asian literatures, if real celebration has to be done, we believe in this linguistic inventiveness. That is the hallmark of no two writers will write the same in South Asian writing, even if they write in English. If you take, unique examples from our writers, they use the word thinnai in English. They don't write thinnai, the word, the English translation, it's not there. They use the word thinnai exactly as it is in English. Glossing, we call it. Why? Untranslatable. You can't translate it into English. Yes, Nazim Ezekiel in the 50s and 60s, he critiqued Indian English. But today, Barack Obama, in his 2009 speech, his presidential inaugural address, he gave a wonderful address. Please listen to it. It is on, if you want to listen to these speeches, all these 5,000 plus speeches are there in americanrhetoric.com. You can daily listen to it. You can improve your English fluency also. There he says, my patchwork heritage, see the word he uses, patchwork heritage. It is not a single heritage that I have. It is a patchwork heritage. It's my strength. It is not my weakness. What Jawaharlal Nehru would call the mosaic of cultures. It is a mosaic of cultures, not one culture. I believe in a plurality, a multi-vocality, or a multi-locality, multi-placeness. I don't believe in a singularity. Why? When I believe in a singularity, I believe that I am the best. When I am the best, when I think that my culture is the best, my language is the best, my gender is the best, I will look down on another gender. I will not value what they say. When I don't value what they say, I don't gain access to their knowledges. What Michel Foucault would call subjugated knowledges, suppressed knowledges. One day when you speak to your Fatima, one day when we listen to them, give them the voice, you will see how many knowledge systems comes out about the indigenous medical traditions, indigenous medicines, herbal medicines, a whole lot of kashayam and all those things come out. One day when we listen, this is what Michel Foucault calls subjugated knowledges. And he gives a beautiful line. We need an insurrection of subjugated knowledges. Insurrection means what? A violent uprisal. It should rise up. What should come up? Subjugated knowledges. What are subjugated knowledges? They are also equally knowledges. But today we are prescribed the fairy queen. Why? Because the fairy queen was written by a person close to the queen. The original title of fairy queen is not fairy queen. It is called pageant. But then someone told him, my dear boy, if you want to be patronized by the queen, change the title. Fairy queen. The queen will be very happy. And your knowledge will continue down the centuries. So how many centuries down today we are prescribed the fairy queen? But at the same point of time, there was another play that must have been written, the bandit queen, the bad queen. Why is it not prescribed? The reason is power connects with knowledge. And this is what we need to critique. Subjugated knowledge is coming up. The second part, quickly I'll finish. Heterotemporality we finished. Then textual materiality. Heterotemporal sensibility is a term coined by Divesh Chakravarti, a subaltern studies scholar, a famous historian, a postcolonial studies scholar. Divesh Chakravarti. The next word, how long do I have? 5 minutes. Tell me to stop, I'll stop. How much more time do I have? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? 10 minutes?
Okay, sir, you can continue.
Okay, 10 minutes I'll stop, right? Okay. Dipesh Chakravarti uses the term heterotemporality or heterotemporal sensibility. Then the next term that I've used in the topic is deliberately I used 3 terms from 3 great scholars. The next one is textual materiality. Textual materiality. South Asian studies scholars, writers, they believe in textual materiality of the text. What is materiality? I told you the word linguistic inventiveness, no? When I give a poem on a sheet of paper like this, the student will think, "Ayyo, sir, you are giving a poem in a sheet of paper. Give it to us in a video format. We can relate better. Instagram reel. The same poem, you give it an Instagram reel and some dance at the background. Wow, no poem. No poem. And someone should be some magic at the back. 1964, how true. Marshall McLuhan gave us this beautiful phrase, the medium is the message. When he said this in his wonderful work, right, Understanding Media, the Extensions of Man, everyone was laughing at him. How can you say medium is the message? It sounds so absurd. 1964, he said that. But see, look at the truth today. Medium is the message. The message is not important. The medium in which you present it is important. You give it in YouTube, and YouTube, not ordinary podcast or ordinary, audios. You should give it in some person in a very stylish accent. They should come forward and they should speak it out. Then immediately it will go down. It's like a sugar-coated pill. Otherwise, I'm not interested. The materiality of the text, Deepak Unnikrishnan. You see the font that he uses in his writing. It will alternate. Textual materiality. The variety of usage that you use in the text to communicate. Why do they do that? They don't write in the pentameter. Textual materiality becomes a strategy. Chetan Bhagat uses that. E. Cummings, most of us would have known, he uses only small case. Many writers, the most popular letter in the English language is the letter E. But as a deliberate protest, there was one writer who wrote an entire novel. We all know without the letter E, we can't write even one sentence. But there was a novelist who wrote an entire novel without the letter E. Protest. Without the pentameter. Protest. Enjambment, where one line comes over to the other line. No rhyme scheme. Protest. Calypso. Protest songs. Reggae. Protest songs. Blues or jazz. Protest songs. How? Through the materiality of the text. So the textual materiality becomes a unique strategy. When calypsos were first sung among the blacks, it seems the white men didn't know that it was a song that attacked them. They were all listening to the song, but they were sung in what is called their native variety. So they didn't understand what they meant in those words. Calypso as a protest through the materiality of the text. How I present is unique in media sense. Not every story should end all's well that ends well. In the South Asian scenario, it's not all's well that ends well. Throughout the movie, you'll find it's so weird, no? The concepts that we have in movies that doesn't happen in society at all. The girl and the boy will be going round and round the tree and they'll be enjoying, and towards the end there'll be fights and everyone. Finally, it'll end in dum dum dum. So the ultimate aim of a girl or a boy, as shown in any movie, 90% of the movies is dum dum dum. They should. I still remember in the 1980s when one movie by a great star, I don't want to name him, it came and he says, அடுத்த வாரம் இன்னைக்கு அவளை என் பொண்டாட்டி ஆக்கி காட்டுறேன். This is what he says. Next week by this time, I will make her my wife. That is the only challenge that he makes in society. How our materiality is misconstructed as if marriage is the ultimate aim of a man or a girl. In South Asian writing, you won't have this. Look at Anita Desai's Fasting Feasting. What a shocking account of a young girl you get there. Look at Chinua Achebe's Refugee Mother and Child. Look at some of the writings of the diasporic writers, the refugee writers. Exilic discourse, we call it. How they differ. Now, the final part is the teaching machine is a term coined by Spivak. Spivak wrote a wonderful book in the year 1993. It is called Outside of the Teaching Machine. This book did not get much importance, but I like the book basically because in that book she is very readable. Other books she is very high in her language that will take at least 2 or 3 days to decode even one sentence. She is high, very high in her language. And once when we all went to Assam to meet Dr. Spivak, Professor Spivak, one person asked her this question, "Ma'am, why is your writing so difficult to understand?" She got angry. She got very angry. "Have you read my writing?" "Yes, ma'am. He is from Mumbai." He asked her this question, "Why is it very difficult for us to understand your writing?" She said, "Son, you haven't read my writing." "Ma'am, I've tried to read it. Tell me some books." He said some books. Then she said, "Son, don't expect me to come to your level. I want you to rise up to my level. When you are at your level, you can't expect me to come to you. I have written something. If you want to decode it, you have to rise up," she said. Well, that was something, I really appreciate about the scholarly Spivak. But here she was very down to earth. Why is it called a teaching machine? A machine has power, like a teacher. A machine is programmed to do a task, like a teacher. The teacher, just like that, she won't go to class, stand there and what you call verbiosity or verbal diarrhea. Not that. They have a purpose in class. What is the purpose? Not only education, but also the next two words that follow education are emancipation and empowerment. The teaching that the students learn in a class should not only educate them, that is easy, not only give them a degree, but also emancipate them. That is why in the US Emancipation Proclamation, we call it. Emancipation means what? Liberation. It liberates them from the bigoted patriarchy in society and empowers them. I tell my students very often, You watch videos, no problem. You watch Instagram, no problem. But watch something that empowers you, not something that binds you. If marriage is going to empower you, yes. If a friend is going to empower you, say yes to a friend. If a teacher is going to say empower you, say yes to them. If a subject is going to empower you, the teaching machine, Gayatri Spiva, because she's one practitioner of theory, not like the feminists there in the armchairs, just coming out with the theories. She's one feminist, post-colonial studies scholar who practices feminism. She goes to the streets of Calcutta. She has schools there. She stays with the kids there, the kids in poverty there. She teaches to them there. You know what she says? The ultimate aim of my teaching should be to emancipate them, not to give them some notes, spark notes, cliff notes, bar notes, no. To empower them, to emancipate them. The ideas that they gather should make them question some of the dogmas in society. That is the teaching machine. That is the purpose of a teaching machine. And only when that happens, questioning happens, emancipation happens. I'll give you a very simple example of how critiquing or interrogating or questioning can happen in society. One example. When someone asks, the most stupidest question I would say to ask a girl or a young boy is, when are you going to get married? The most awkwardest question that a person can never reply in the world is, when are you going to get married? How humiliating, especially for a girl of 20 or a boy of 25, when as if their only aim in life were to get married. After that, I don't bother. When are you going to get married? And they ask it very metaphorically. Epo kalyana saapadu poda. Epo biryani. Epo saapadu. As if they are waiting all their life for a saapadu. Order it from Zomato. Why are you waiting for me? Questioning or critiquing is not about ordinary things in life. Prejudices that, why don't you ask a girl, what are you going to achieve in life? Why don't you ask a girl, who's your role model? What are you going to study further? What are you going to research further? As if their only purpose in life. These are the shackles that Tagore talks about in his prayer. The shackles that disempower me. If the teaching machine has to empower our kids today, if the teaching machine has to liberate and emancipate our kids today, it is imperative on our part to teach them to question some of these singular identities or singularities that say a girl is born for this, a boy is for this. These stereotypical gender roles, performatives that Judith Butler uses. These stereotypical roles, that what Tennyson says, man for the field, woman for the heart. These stereotypical roles, the moment they are questioned, like, this is what the questioning is all about. In South Asian literature, you find the spirit of interrogation and critique. That's why I ended with the word critique. There is a beautiful axiomatic statement that I like a lot. I would like to share it and conclude my talk. I may not agree with what you say. I may not like what you say. I may not be interested in what you say. But I will defend till my death your right to say it. That is where liberation in the teaching machine happens. A real space of enunciation and liberation can possibly happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for effectively capturing the events of the seminar. Your address has undoubtedly laid the framework for flagging up a larger idea of the title chosen. As you stated, experiencing the world in all its grandeur absolutely lies in the celebration of pluralism and diversity. May I now invite Dr. Jacqueline Leo, Associate Professor of English, Dean, School of Languages and Culture, close the vote. Thanks.
The steadfast love of Lord's never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. It's respected Dr. Rufus, the chairperson of today's session, respected dignitaries from various colleges, and HOD of PG and Research Department of English, and my dear colleagues, a very good morning to you one and all gathered here. I consider it a great privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this inaugural session of the National Seminar on Pluralism and Diversity in South Asian Literature, organized by the PG and Research Department of English at St. Mary's College Autonomous, Thuthukudi. Enriching our minds with new and valuable information improves our ability to think, analyze, and process the world around us. Learning as a continuous process is important because it brings in new knowledge and opens up our minds to new perspectives, ideas, beliefs, cultures, and solutions. I heartily thank our principal, Dr. Jesse Fernando, for having kindly consented to inaugurate the seminar and for her thoughtful presidential address dwelling on pluralism and diversity in South Asian literature. I must also thank Reverend Sister Dr. Shibana for her words of appreciation, and the Deputy Principal, Reverend Sister Kulande Teres, and Reverend Sister Josephine Jairani, and the Controller of Examinations for their benign presence and support. I thank Dr. Samuel Rufus, Associate Professor, PG and Research Department of English, Madras Christian College Autonomous, Chennai, for his excellent keynote address on locating heterotemporal sensibility and textual materiality in the teaching machine accurately. I'm sure, sir, your ideas would certainly make a meaningful contribution to the study of South Asian literature in the context of its pervasive diversity and complexity by locating the highly significant and complex process of ethnization, diaspora, identity construction, linguistic inventiveness, ethnic conflict, multiculturality, with its heterotemporal sensibility and textual materiality in the teaching machine accurately. I must in fact tell you that I must be happy to say that you have shared your mom's experience with the heterotemporal sensibility. Thank you, sir. And in fact, I'm also happy to say that your mom is our product. Thank you. And in fact, we felt the touch of home with you, sir. Thank you. And I thank Dr. Ejuri Sheila Damendi, Head and Associate Professor, PG and Research Department of English, St. Mary's College, the organizing secretaries, Dr. N. Sumati and Dr. D. Chanmuha Jyoti, Assistant Professors of English, for successfully convening and organizing the national seminar. It is gratifying to note that there is an encouraging response from scholars and a large number of participants from and across the states of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Assam, Haryana, and Uttar Pradesh have joined online. We are thankful for the interest evinced and hope that this seminar will be of benefit to them also. I also take this opportunity to thank my dear colleagues and my students for the wholehearted involvement, and the professors from Tiruchendur College, Xavier's College, for their support. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, dear ma'am. Let us now break for tea. Dear participants, kindly refresh yourselves and join us at 11:20 a.m. sharp for the plenary session. Participants, welcome back. Let us delve into the plenary session of the day right away with no further delay. May I invite Dr. Sudharani, Assistant Professor of English, to introduce the resource person of the session, Dr. Rachel John.
Warm greetings to all the enthusiastic participants of this one-day national seminar. At the end of an enriching inaugural session, we are at the beginning of yet another enlightening session. It is indeed a privilege to welcome and introduce an energetic, vibrant, academic savant, Dr. Rachel John, Assistant Professor of English, St. Joseph's College, Devagiri, Kerala. Her academic career had been progressive, making her a knowledgeable person in English literature, and so placing her in a commendable position. Dr. Rachel did her BA, MA, and MPhil in PSG at Krishnamal College for Women, Coimbatore. She did her doctoral research on a saga of humanism depicted in the novels of Saul Bellow in Bharatiyar University. This bears testimony that Dr. Rachel is a humanist person. It was quite evident from the career statement in her profile. I feel that my greatest strengths are my ability to understand and meet the needs of individual students. Dr. Rachel's research experience is showcased in the papers presented, workshop conducted, publishing of 12 papers in reputed journals, and a book publication on transnational feminism, new voices and new articulations by Upaniyan Publications, New Delhi. Dr. Rachel extends and has extended her services towards academic growth as resource person to various institutions, as member, Board of Studies of English, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, faculty coordinator of St. Joseph's College, Devagiri at the Xavier Board of Higher Education. She has served as the faculty coordinator for Faculty Development Program, coordinator for Net Coaching Club, coordinator of the Devagiri Civil Service Academy, and as editor for the college newsletter. The PG and Research Department of English, St. Mary's College, Thoothukudi, is fortunate to bring this enterprising and dynamic person before the academic forum to deliberate on reconstruction of nation and dialectics of Anthropocene in South Asian literature. We extend a very warm welcome to you, dear ma'am, and we all eagerly await to listen to your discourse. Thank you.
Thank you, dear ma'am. May I request Dr. Joel Sheila Damayanti, the Head and Associate Professor of English, to present a memento to the Chief Guest. Thank you, ma'am. May I invite the eminent speaker of the session, Dr. Rachel John, to enlighten us. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you, ma'am, for your really enriching introduction. I'm sure you all have your tea, and that would have been very relaxing for you. Well, tea, coffee, few things that connect us. And we are proud that we are Indians. We are proud that we are Asians. We are proud that we belong to this earth and we claim that earth is ours. Now, my topic, which I would like to discuss with you, is on nation and South Asian studies, and Anthropocene. Both are two different topics or discourses for study. But then one cannot be without touching nation. And Anthropocene is the need of the hour. Well, nation and post-colonial theory. Nation is defined by the death of its own. It lives in its many memorials to its dead youth, men and women. There is one interesting thing here. A nation is born through the process of community lives. The individual, family, community, and nation is engaged in landscapes and scapes. Well, the point to be noted, a nation is born through the process of community lives. And a very interesting topic which we would have come across, a line, a phrase which we would have come across often in our essays, where we touch upon, but we never imagined much on it. We have come across this phrase, imagine communities, in our essays, prose, and discussions, but we have never touched upon it. We touch upon it in such a way, in a very subtle manner, but imagine communities has an inner meaning. The nation is imagined because it entails a sense of communion, a horizontal comradeship between people who do not know each other or have not even met. Despite their differences, they imagine belonging to the same collectivity, and they attribute to the latter a common history, traits, beliefs, and attitudes. If I'm not wrong, the majority of you seated here is from St. Mary's. And we may say St. Mary's family, St. Mary's family. What makes you a part of St. Mary's family? Nobody is born natural to St. Mary's College. But what makes you feel that you belong to St. Mary's family? Just because you're inducted, just because you took admission here, you cannot claim that you belong to St. Mary's family. From diverse communities, we emerge here. We come over here. Certain concepts, certain images, certain ideals bind us together, and we enforce and reinforce to it. Maybe St. Mary's has a St. Mary's anthem, which we will be displaying every morning. We have our national anthem, our country's national anthem, connects us, gives us a feeling that we are Indians. Certain concepts, ideals, images that bind us together, whatever be our religion, whatever be our caste, whatever be our community. That's what makes a nation. Coming from different perspectives, coming from different locations, landscapes, we are bound together. Bound together with people whom we not even know each other. Community and identity is disrupted. At the same time, community and identity is solidified. This is very true in the case of our subcontinent. Our subcontinent had its own struggles for independence. But when it came to making of a nation, community and identity was disrupting. At the same time, community and identity was solidifying. And national belonging is always central to South Asian studies, to South Asian literature, South Asian studies, national consciousness, the feeling of a nation, the thought of a nation is central. And capacity of nationalism to unite people across classes is much evident in South Asian literature. When it comes to South Asian studies, the evolution of nationalism in South Asian studies is one of the most comprehensive aspects of colonial phases for individuals and communities of South Asia. Nationalism is a unifying force. So for individuals and communities of South Asia, nationalism is a common force, a unifying force. And nationalism culminated in principles of ethnicity, religion, and language. And for South Asia, we focused on nation in our literature. Any piece of work, any piece of art, it touches upon nation, its ideologies, its principles, its people. European literature was born out of the crisis of religious faith. European literature touches on war, chivalry, love, peace, crime, punishment, faith, and loyalty. But when it comes to South Asia, you can always see nation and people as central to South Asian studies. Struggle for independence and post-independence is very important for any country. We always claim for our independence. Our history books teach us of the long struggle for freedom, and we are proud of our freedom. We were once upon a time a non-violent country. It's sad that Mahatma Gandhi was never adorned with Nobel Prize for Peace. When he taught us the values of non-violence, but the joy of freedom was not really cherished by independence. The trauma of partition was heavy. Partition and its aftermath, when we talk about a nation, especially in South Asia, partition plays a very important role. Partition plays a very important role in the sense the whole of South Asia was affected by the partition in subcontinent. And when it comes to literature, we can always apply literary trauma theory. Literary trauma theory and South Asian literature. When in trauma theory, Dory Lobb and Daniel Caudle talks about the art of trauma, a representation of both inner and outer experience. Well, transmission of unspeakable traumas into something readable can be traced in all forms of art. The shocks of modern life, hysteria, neurosis, nightmares, psychic disorders, psychosis, these are much pictured in works of art. And language serves as a substitution for action, for venting out the feelings. Well, there is individual trauma as well as collective trauma. But when we discuss about a nation, it would always be collective trauma. Collective traumas result from armed conflicts, mass genocides, environmental catastrophes, and food scarcity. South Asia has been a witness or witnesses to some of the country's most tragic events. And for India, partition is always a tragic event. The birth of freedom gave a pain of partition, a trauma from which the South Asia has never escaped. The study of South Asian narratives expand the scope of memory and trauma studies. Horrific events in South Asia qualify as both socially and culturally traumatic. Well, the chapters of making a nation the struggle would be there for freedom. And post-independence also, the post-independent India was also initially in 50s and 60s were affected, but we enjoyed freedom much. We never tend to think of our forefathers, their struggle. But chapters of making a nation presents some of the horrible slices of sacrifices being endured by the history of our country. Well, when we talk about nation in South Asia, there is always a shared historical trauma. When we talk about trauma, when we talk about nation, there is shared historical trauma and historical memory. Experiences of people across borders are diverse, yet implicated in each other's traumas. And this too connects us to the fact that South Asia is interconnected. As a nation, every country has had its own experiences, its own trauma, but some way or other, individually, collectively, each one had its own traumas, but are interconnected. Ma'am, I would like you to play the video on partition.
In August 1947, India gained independence after 200 years of British rule. What followed was one of the largest and bloodiest forced migrations in history. An estimated 1 million people lost their lives. Before British colonization, the Indian subcontinent was a patchwork of regional kingdoms known as princely states, populated by Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists, Christians, Parsis, and Jews. Each princely state had its own traditions, caste backgrounds, and leadership. Starting in the 1500s, a series of European powers colonized India with coastal trading settlements. By the mid-18th century, the English East India Company emerged as the primary colonial power in India. The British ruled some provinces directly and ruled the princely states indirectly. Under indirect rule, the princely states remained sovereign, but made political and financial concessions to the British. In the 19th century, the British began to categorize Indians by religious identity, a gross simplification of the communities in India. They counted Hindus as majorities, and all other religious communities as distinct minorities, with Muslims being the largest minority. Sikhs were considered part of the Hindu community by everyone but themselves. In elections, people could only vote for candidates of their own religious identification. These practices exaggerated differences, sowing distrust between communities that had previously coexisted. The 20th century began with decades of anti-colonial movements, where Indians fought for independence from Britain. In the aftermath of World War II, under enormous financial strain from the war, Britain finally caved. Indian political leaders had differing views on what an independent India should look like. Mohandas Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru represented the Hindu majority and wanted one united India. Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who led the Muslim minority, thought the rifts created by colonization were too deep to repair. Jinnah argued for a two-nation division where Muslims would have a homeland called Pakistan. Following riots in 1946 and 1947, the British expedited their retreat, planning Indian independence behind closed doors. In June 1947, the British Viceroy announced that India would gain independence by August and be partitioned into Hindu India and Muslim Pakistan, but gave little explanation of how exactly this would happen. Using outdated maps, inaccurate census numbers, and minimal knowledge of the land, in a mere 5 weeks, the Boundary Committee drew a border, dividing 3 provinces under direct British rule: Bengal, Punjab, and Assam. The border took into account where Hindus and Muslims were majorities, but also factors like location and population percentages. So if a Hindu majority area bordered another Hindu majority area, it would be included in India. But if a Hindu majority area bordered Muslim majority areas, it might become part of Pakistan. Princely states on the border had to choose which of the new nations to join, losing their sovereignty in the process. While the Boundary Committee worked on the new map, Hindus and Muslims began moving to areas where they thought they'd be a part of the religious majority, but they couldn't be sure. Families divided themselves. Fearing sexual violence, parents sent young daughters and wives to regions they perceived to be safe. The new map wasn't revealed until August 17, 1947, 2 days after independence. The provinces of Punjab and Bengal became the geographically separated East and West Pakistan. The rest became Hindu-majority India. In a period of 2 years, millions of Hindus and Sikhs living in Pakistan left for India, while Muslims living in India fled villages where their families had lived for centuries. The cities of Lahore, Delhi, Calcutta, Dhaka, and Karachi emptied of old residents and filled with refugees. In the power vacuum British forces left behind, radicalized militias and local groups massacred migrants. Much of the violence occurred in Punjab, and women bore the brunt of it, suffering rape and mutilation. Around 100,000 women were kidnapped and forced to marry their captors. The problems created by partition went far beyond this immediate deadly aftermath. Many families who made temporary moves became permanently displaced, and borders continued to be disputed.
What we saw before our eyes is the history of our nation. The bloodshed, the blood which was spilled was for us. Well, when it comes to literature of the countries, as nation is concerned, we have our partition novels. Siddhartha Jigu's Garden of Solitude for discussion. Well, when it comes to Kashmir, Kashmir is a beautiful place. There was a community, Kashmiri Pandits, now completely wiped away from Kashmir. Siddhartha Jigu's The Garden of Solitude talks about Kashmiri Pandits. Kashmiri Pandits were highly elite people in society. They occupied very prominent positions in social and cultural spaces. They were always looked upon and with a deep respect, with veneration, and in high pedestal. But this work, The Garden of Solitude, maps the trauma of Kashmiri Pandit family driven away from their home due to militants. Sridhar, a teenaged Pandit boy, was immensely affected by the sudden exodus of Kashmiri Pandits. Kashmiri Pandits were forced to move to Jammu, to the camps of Jammu or in Delhi. They had to leave their space. They had to leave their homes. Leaves Kashmir their home. Kashmir was their identity. For Kashmiri Pandits, Kashmir was their identity. When we talk about Pandits, we always say Kashmiri Pandits. We never just say Pandits. We have Pandits from other communities, Pandits from other states. But when it comes to Kashmir, Kashmir is their identity. Kashmiri Pandits, that's what we say. Now they had to leave Kashmir, their identity, which was in fact their cultural anchorage. And they were always under the suspicion, betrayal, mistrust. Life in the camps of Jammu, Delhi, and other places in India made their life miserable. They were leading a happy, comfortable life at their house. Having lived in lavish houses and enjoying great respect, they felt they were completely displaced. Now, leading a life of isolation, depression, and memories of the good old days. Landscape also invaded this psyche, a complete shift from the comfortable life to life in camps, deterioration in lifestyle, and children who were once Hindus and Muslims, who were once brothers and sisters, now were enemies. Children were not allowed to play in the streets. They were kept indoors, just like how we faced life during COVID. They were kept indoors under surveillance. Dreams and nightmares turn into hallucinations, and Sridhar's childhood is caged, suffocated, kept indoors, and windows of their houses closed. The windows of their house closed. The windows of India completely closed for this community. Fear leads to collective psychosis among members of the community. Sridhar's trauma is representative of trauma of every Kashmirian, every Punjabi, every Indian during the time of partition. This was about Indian novel. Now comes Tauba Tek Singh, a story by Saadat Hasan Manto, who seems to have depicted the partition in its crudest manner, especially in his work Cold Meat. And Tauba Tek Singh is an interesting one. It talks about lunatic mental patients who were in a lunatic asylum. What we have to understand is that even people who were deranged mentally in an out of order state, they were also affected by the fact that the country was divided, the nation was divided. Background of India-Pakistan partition in 1947 brings a story, and sitting as lunatic asylum, and there is chaos in the asylum when they heard that India and Pakistan would be partitioned, and these lunatic patients will also be taken. These lunatics will also be taken to the respective countries. Even the lunatics did not want the partition. Two countries held talks. Mental patients, the concern was how the mental patients would be shifted. Muslim patients would stay or move to Pakistan, whereas Hindu and Sikhs will move to India. The news of partition disturbed the inmates of the asylum. Some pretended to create their own space. One climbed up upon the tree, and one would never come down. There were two Anglo-Indians in that story mentioned there. Two Anglo-Indians. They felt very uneasy when they heard that India and Pakistan would be partitioned. Well, they were Anglo-Indians, but their concern was on their continental breakfast, which supplied bread and butter. But for all the Indians and Pakistanis, even the lunatics, they never wanted India and Pakistan to be separated. They never wanted a country or a nation called India or a nation called Pakistan out of partition. Bishan Singh was a hero. He hailed from a place called Tauba Tek, and he was called Tauba Tek Singh. Well, he was disturbed. He was disturbed. It was told that he would be taken to Pakistan. A Muslim friend of his visited him and mentioned to Bishan Singh's family, mentioned to him that Bishan Singh's family had already moved to Pakistan. And the day of exchange came, just like how Wagah border is of so much significance for us when it comes to flag hoisting. Day of exchange came, and patients were taken to the border. There was utter chaos, confusion there. And when it came to Bishan Singh, he was at unease. No guard could push him. He wouldn't move a step forward. And what did he do? He lay in no man's land. He lay prostrate. On the borderline of India and Pakistan. And he declared, there behind barbed wire, Hindustan. Here behind the same kind of barbed wire was Pakistan. In between, on that piece of ground that had no name, lay Tauba Tek Singh. So no Indian at that point of time never wanted our country, a nation, to be forged with bloodshed. Well, some of the famous works, Indian and Pakistani writers on partition. Amandeep Sandhu on Roll of Honor, Yasmin Khan, Great Partition, Khushwant Singh's Train to Pakistan, Anita Deshai's Clear Light of the Day, Bapsi Sidhwa's Ice Candy Man, Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children, Sadat Hasan Mando's Mortal Down, Bishman Sahani's Tamas, Amrit Pritam's Pinjab, Muhammad Hanif's Redbirds, Usma Aslam Khan, The Geometry of God, Surya Khan's Noor, Kamila Shamsi's Home Fire, Nadeem Aslam's Map for Lost Lovers, and Chitra Divagrini's latest work, Independence. Now comes to Bangladesh, India's and Pakistan's sibling. That is how we must refer Bangladesh. Well, 1971, the Great War of liberation of Bangladesh. And actually, like initially when we discussed about the definition of nation, we talked about imagined communities. Well, Pakistan claimed Bangladesh on the fact or on the point of religion. It was religion that tied East Pakistan and West Pakistan. But then it is proved that it is not just religion that can connect people. Actually, there was no geographical connectivity between Pakistan and Bangladesh. It is the Bangladeshis proved that far beyond religion, there is something else that could something else could connect them as a nation. The people of two parts felt an unusual sense of inequality and difference. Well, Bangladeshis always had that insecurity. They felt that Pakistanis were superior, were supreme in high positions, and East Pakistan was deprived. These indifferences arises when it comes to nation. This is very important for us. When it comes to a nation, there are a lot of differences. These differences arises, and as a nation, it is important that we repress these differences. For as a community, we need to move forward. As far as East Pakistan was concerned, these repressions could not be suppressed by West Pakistan, and that led to the emergence of a new country called Bangladesh. And new era of colonization. We were once upon a time under colonial rule, but it is sad that colonization had taken place in South Asia by itself. A new era of colonization dawned in South Asia. War of liberation continued for 9 months, killing 3 million people, and is considered to be one of the worst genocide in the history of any nation. Wartime rape. Wartime rape is always a strategy, a sheer act of dehumanizing a human being. Rape is always a sheer act of dehumanizing a human being and the process of dehumanizing a nation. Trauma and war are always interlinked. The victims of violence in war bear unbearable weight of horrible memories. And this term is very important, Biranganas. Women who were raped and treated as the other. And this was a honorific title given by Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who was father of Bangladesh. Just like how we talk about father of our nation. Father of Bangladesh, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Women whoever were raped during wartime, they were treated as inhuman, they were treated as other by people of their own country, people from their own families. Viranganas were emotionally traumatized, psychologically dissolved, and socially ostracized from their own nation. Dilruba S.R.'s Blame is a very important work. Laila hails from a conservative family, but fortunate enough to have education at Dhaka. And Pakistani soldiers attacked her father. When Pakistani soldiers attacked her father, she retorted. Immediately, she was taken as a captive and was taken to the camp, tortured, and raped. She was considered as a disgrace. Disgraceful for her to join the war. She hailed from a reputed family. It was disgraceful for her to join war, and even more disgraceful for her to be raped by Pakistani soldiers. And this rape was considered to be a disgrace to the whole of Qazi family. Laila's childhood friend Geeta is even more traumatized as she was a Hindu. Laila's mother-in-law blames her for every misfortune in the family. And novel beautifully presents the War of Independence, betrayal of Bangladeshis who were known as Rasakas, and victimization of women. Every history shows sad slices of life. Some of the famous works of Bangladesh, which is a very powerful source for research, Tahima Anam's Golden Age, Maria Chowdhury's Beloved Strangers, Muhammad Rahman's Black Rice, Monica Ali's Brick Lane, which is even considered as a diasporic work, Taslima Nazrin's Lajja, which was highly controversial, Adib Khan's Spiral Road, Ed Hussein's Islamist, Haider Rahman's In the Light of What We Know. And then comes to Sri Lanka. Well, more than me, I think you are connected with Sri Lanka. Tamilians always have a close association with Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is a country which has been colonized by 3 European powers, the Portuguese, the British, and the Dutch. But the divide and rule policy, the division that existed among the majority, Sinhalese on one side and ethnic groups such as Tamilians on other side. The only act of 1956 which declared Sinhalese as the powerful Sinhala as the mother tongue and Buddhism as the state religion gave prime prominence to Sinhalese. LTT, which was formed for liberation of Tamil people, but then it resulted in bloodshed. The ethnic conflict killed thousands of Tamilians. And for discussion, I would like to introduce Naomi Munavira's The Island of Thousand Mirrors. The writer did not have any first-hand experience. When she was 3, she left United States. The writer did not have any first-hand experience. Such experience is called prosthetic trauma, trauma inherited by a person who did not live out any trauma-related events in reality. One who did not have a first-hand experience, but then with the knowledge, with the shared experiences, felt and wrote Island of Thousand Mirrors. Sri Lankan flag, which consists of orange color, which stands for Sinhalese, and green for minority. Munavira's novels does not present any literary figures such as ghosts, supernatural forces, but dreams, nightmares, and visions seems to haunt the readers as well as the characters. Yashodhara and Saraswati are both traumatized by war. Saraswati is raped, but joins LTT and becomes a suicide bomber. Yashodhara migrates to states and is unable to escape the horrors of war. Munavira suggests that every Sri Lankan is affected by war. The communality is acknowledged in the epilogue. This Island of Thousand Mirrors talks about the feelings, pain of every Sri Lankan. When it comes to nation, it is pain of every being. Some of the famous works from Sri Lanka, Story of a Brief Marriage and a Passage North by Arun Prasang, Boat People by Sharon Bala, Funny Boy by Shyam Selvadure, Anil's Ghost Michael Ondachis, The Divided Island by Samanath Subramaniam, Seasons of Trouble Rohini Mohan, and Seven Moons of Mali Almeida, which won prize, Shehan Karunatilaka. Nepal, when it comes to Nepal, it is a peace-loving country, but not as peaceful as we think because of Maoist liberation, Maoist conflict. The country has close geographical connections with our country, India, and some say that is the reason for the conflict. The second reason is geographical closeness with India, security forces oppression of the majority of ethnic groups, farmers made aware of their rights, inequality, unemployment, marginalization, poor governance, and Nepal too witnessed the bloodiest rebellion in their country. Collective reminiscence, when it comes to a nation, it is always collective reminiscence. People always think of the bygone days, memories of bygone days, and the present traumatic state gives vent to literary writing, which many writers took it up as a form. Well, for us, like we may be acquainted with the Indian works, Pakistani works, Bangladeshis, and to a large extent Sri Lankan works. But Nepal, Burma, Bhutan, the materials for research seems to be scarce. Now, your turn, my dear Manu Barajkis. Manupadi's The Senseless Killing of a Man, Roshan Tapa Nirav's Unbearable, Navasilva's Prisoner, Sharmila Katka's Sukanya alias Nilima, Lakshmi Prasad Dev Kota's Munamadan, Samrat Upadhyay's The Royal Ghost, and Seasons of Light by Manjushri Thapa. Some of the works which talks about the identity of Nepal. Bhutan, a Buddhist nation for centuries. Short stories, poetry, prose. Then I Saw Her Face, collection of short stories. Circle of Karma by Kanzang Chodan. Butter Tea at Sunrise, Lomba, Kake. And then comes Burma. Burma, when you hear the name of this country, Burma, what comes to your mind? Two things that comes to our mind. One, Aung San Suu Kyi, who fought for independence, struggled for liberation from military coup. Other, Rohingya. Burma was acquired by the British in order to protect the Indian Empire. Partitioned long ago, British partitioned Burma from India in 1937 to weaken the Burmese nationalist movement. Burma gained independence in 1948, and Aung San Suu Kyi stands the strongest leader. Well, the country, the nation faces Rohingya crisis. Some of our research scholars say that the materials for proper study is scanty, but Rohingya is always a central factor for South Asian studies. A topic which needs to be researched, a topic which has scope for research. And Rohingya, Poetry from the Camps and Beyond, which is edited by James Vine and Shazad Dodja. First, they erased one name, Seas of Tears. These are all poetry, and the work Saffron Dreams by Shahila Abdullah. Well, it would be unfair if I don't touch upon Afghanistan, graveyard of the empires. That is how we claim and term Afghanistan, a geopolitical site for global scuffles, highway of conquest between West, Central, and South Asia, and Soviet occupation, the long wars, Taliban, terrorism, Rabindranath Tagore's Kabuliwala, which gives us an image of Kabuliwala, a country which was rich, a fertile land. Bible claims a land of honey and milk, land of milk and honey. Maybe in Bible it refers to Israel, but Afghanistan was also a country which was very fertile, beautiful. Atik Rahimi's The Patient Stone, Earth and Ashes. Khalid Hosseini, who's very familiar to us, The Kite Runner, and The Mountains Echoed, 1,000 Splendid Suns. Nadia Anjuman's Gul-i Dodi, Yek Sabah Delora, which are all translated. And then comes Maldives. Maldives has cultural sharing with Kerala and Sri Lanka. Poets, Maldives is noted for its poets and poetry. Abdullah Fahumi Didi, Abdullah Sadiq, Adam Abdur Rahman, Hussein Saluddin, Muhammad Jameel, and fiction of Ibrahim Fahid, Kite Fighter. Well, this was about the nation. When we talk about our country, when we talk about South Asia, we have diaspora. Diaspora, which is widely discussed. I've not touched upon diaspora, but diaspora would someday or the other be a concern. I do not know how the situation is in Tuticorin. Well, we all, as Malayalis, we always encouraged Malayalis to go to Gulf for a happy, peaceful settlement in life. And we always believed that there would be surplus flow from Gulf. Yes, they were good old days. But now, some of the colleges are not, some of the colleges seems to be facing its own sad stories. Now, there is exodus of students to various countries, to other countries, for better living, for better education, for better exposure. On one side, exodus from a particular place to foreign countries for better living. And on the other side, the inland migration which is happening. Biharis, Uttar Pradesh, Odia, Assamese flow from northeastern states to Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Now, this inland diaspora happens. Mass exodus of people. Mass exodus of people running together to form or to be a part of the race. I stop my discourse on nation, and I'm going to touch upon Anthropocene. The reason why I touch upon Anthropocene is the next topic for research. And Anthropocene has much to do with us for the simple fact that we always believe that we are proud citizens not only of our country, we belong to Earth, and Earth is ours. Use and misuse of resources in the whole of the world, emptying resources from the world, resulting in huge consequences. Anthropocene is a term coined by Eugene F. Stormer, and it is Nobel laureate of chemistry, Paul J. Crutzen, who is credited with reinventing and popularizing the term. The term relates to current geological age, which is viewed as a period during which human activity has been the dominant influence on climate and the environment. Human activity which has been a dominant influence on climate and environment. And remember, Asia has been a home for more than half of the world's population. Asian studies are very important to the understanding of Anthropocene and Asian people's long histories of cultural products exposing environmental abuse. Well, this is a new epoch in which Earth itself finds a new beginning. Human wants and needs are more, never ending, infinite. and the earth has to pay a huge price. From maritime deforestation to forest fires, to emptying the belly of earth of resources, melting of Arctic, the sea rise, the level of sea rise, the level of sea rising up, well, it spells doom on the earth. I would like to display a video on Anthropocene, which will give you a better understanding on Anthropocene. That is a trailer of a movie, Anthropocene, the Human Epoch, which will clearly explain what Anthropocene is.
The Anthropocene is the time in the geological record when humans have moved the planet outside its natural limits.
Humans go from being participants in the whole Earth to being a dominant feature.
Dominating the oceans, the landscape, agriculture, animals.
It could be a full-scale catastrophic change. We have not a way to get back. We live now in a different world.
It is such a fundamental change in the way the Earth is behaving that we need to communicate that as powerfully as possible to everybody.
Well, the video has clearly presented how the beautiful earth has been utilized, exploited, and the consequences which we are facing. I would like to discuss on Blind Man's Garden by Nadeem Aslam. Blind Man's Garden by Nadeem Aslam, Afghan writer, where in this work they talk about natural spaces, fractured territories, geographical territories, hidden fissures that are marred by war. Afghan, when it comes to Afghan, it is war that comes to our mind. We have the image, a memory of Osama bin Laden in our mind. And in a video footage, which Osama bin Laden had which gave the world his talk, it was told and it was understood that the American intelligence spotted his hideout by the help of ornithologists listening to the birds chirping at the background. So the entire species is well connected. And Nadeem Aslam's The Blind Man's Garden talks about bounteous Jalalabad in Afghanistan, and forests were felled to provide temperature for refugee zones. And the characters Geo and Michael, they are thrown into the chaos of wars, but the work talks about laser bombs, missiles from the American warships to the Arabian Sea, and how the sea, the land is much affected. And war impinges not only on human beings or nations, but even on non-human beings, where it gives us traumatic stories multi-species ecology too is affected by war and human actions. That is what that novel discusses. It is our concern is human, but even the minutest things in this earth are much affected. And the writer presents it in a minutest detail. Then comes Ramesh Gunashekara's Reef, a Sri Lankan work. Talks about Triton, a male servant, and marine biologist Mr. Salgado, who depicts the decay of island's coral exoskeleton, a fragile barrier against the inundation by sea. And eroding reef is considered to be a harbinger of violence. This was said during the time of Sri Lankan Civil War. But there was a beautiful line, and this novel came into discussion because 5 years later, it was understood that there is erosion for reef. And hence this novel has great significance. You see, this polyp is really very delicate. It had survived eons, but even a small change in the immediate environment, even if you pee on the reef, could kill it. Then the whole thing will go. And if the structure is destroyed, the sea will rush in. We never imagined that. But just a small touch can disrupt the entire universe, what we call the butterfly touch. The sand will go, the beach will disappear. And this is my hypothesis. And this was a fiction. Mr. Salgado's statement was fictional too. But what he said was considered to be a reality when 5 years later, the scientists and marine biologists explained when it came to the deterioration of the reef. Next comes Indra Singhan's Animals People, which is set against the Bhopal gas tragedy, a severe mishap in our history. Used to be human, a beautiful term, used to be human. And it is based on the true story of a chemical factory explosion in Bhopal in 1984, killed thousands and left the rest crippled for lifelong. And it is the central character is an animal who's a 19-year-old narrator. He can walk on fours. Well, when we walk on twos, he can walk only on fours. Spine twisted due to the chemicals in the company. And then Tara Shankar's Bandobadya's Hansuli Bangar Upakta. This empathizes with social and cultural practices of Kanha tribe in rural Bengal that may vanish in the face of an aggressive capitalist modernity. Well, these works are regional works where their identity, where their ethnicity needs to be protected, and they took efforts to protect their community. Bhopal gas tragedy was much discussed, but still Bhopal is not free from the throngs of the tragedy. Songs of Netaha. This is a victory trumpet in sounding, composed in Kuruk by poet Sunil and translated into English by Mridula Reshmi. The poem is based on a real account which happened on 23rd March 1994 at a region in Jharkhand. And this was related with the project of launching the military field for firing. Army wanted to have practice over there, but then people of that particular community resisted, and finally they were successful. But the army was ready to compensate with just ₹1 as compensation on per day. But then the claim of the people was that the military field range was threat not just to their livelihood, but to the entire wildlife. The poem is an appeal to the sons of soil to stage a crusade to save Mother Earth. So it is time that literature speaks to save the earth. And the next one, the last one for discussion, Enmagaji. Enmagaji based on a true incident, just like how Bhopal gas tragedy affected people and how people have not been freed from the cringes of that tragedy. Enmagaji relates with endosulfan spraying in a region in Kerala, Kasargod region in Kerala. Written by Ambika Sudan Mangat. This endosulfan spraying is also a widely discussed topic. The novel talks about a place called Swarga, which means heaven. But then in Swarga, you find an unusual environment with children and calves with deformed bodies. This is a very tragic real life incident which happened. Endosulfan was banned, but they had dumped endosulfan in an underground. And even before that, they had sprayed endosulfan everywhere. That way, through land, through soil, people had consumed. And they had dumped it in a godown, but it so happened that one person dumped it in godown, mixed it with water, and through water, the entire district was affected. And even generations to come will not be free from the deformities which the inhuman, small, unnecessary touch that had happened. Ponds with no fish, sky with no birds. Dayani brings home a boy called Parikshit, who's 7 years old, but the 7-year-old seems to have gray hairs and swollen bodies, soles all over the body due to pesticide poisoning. And then we have Amitav Ghosh, who widely discusses about climatic change. Climatic change, and in his great dearrangement, he talks about the climate change. Climate crisis was also a concern. Some of the writers are Sonia Shah, Anna Lovenhat Singh, Kazim Ali, Vandana Shiva, Rajat Chaudhary, Amitav Ghosh, Usma Aslam Khan, and Shubhangi Swarup from South Asia. Well, the most important function, why should these topics be discussed? The most important function of literature today is to redirect human consciousness to a full consideration of its place in a threatened natural world. So the South Asian studies are focusing on highlighting the issues to bring to full consciousness, to bring to our human consciousness and awareness, as well as human consciousness to be aware of what is happening around and to take necessary steps. And to conclude, if only we didn't have hearts, we wouldn't know how sad it was. But we carry around these hearts, which gives us a way. We discuss, we talk, we think of these words because we are humans. And as humans, we have hearts. So as South Asians, our nation is very important for us. Anthropocene is need of our hour. Let us make this earth a beautiful heart so that we accommodate everyone amongst us. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and my special thanks to Jyoti ma'am. She was very friendly and hospitable enough. Actually, my place, Kozhikode and Tuticorin, are miles apart. I would say miles apart. Kozhikode is on the Arabian Sea, and Tuticorin, if I'm not wrong, on Bay of Bengal, on the other side. Two coastal areas. And we have to go, let me say, we go this other way around to tie up between Kozhikode and Tuticorin. It is always the other way around. But then it is literature. It is these studies that connect us. Thank you, Jyoti ma'am, and thanks to the entire team of St. Mary's who gave a warm welcome and for organizing these topics for study. And as I understand, this is an aided department. To the students who are seated here, you should understand one thing. Aided teachers are always in a settled position. This is what I find in some colleges. They are always in a settled position. They do not have to take extra effort to organize these conferences. It is a support, interest, and energy of the participants, of their own students, that gives them energy. And hats off to the entire St. Mary's for organizing a conference on South Asian literature. Congratulations and best wishes to all the participants who are over here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear ma'am, for disentering the profound pathos and predicaments of pluralism and diversity projected in the South Asian literature through your eloquent presentation. May I invite Ms. Mangleshwari, Assistant Professor of English, to propose a vote of thanks.
When we give cheerfully and accept gracefully, everyone is blessed, says Maya Angelou. A pleasant afternoon to all the delegates, administrator, dear colleagues, participants from various esteemed institutions, and my dear students. First of all, I wish to express my profound gratitude to God, the Almighty, for making today's event a resounding success. Mindset and motivation are two barometers of success. I'm bound to thank our Secretary, Reverend Sister Dr. Shibana, our Principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Jessie Fernando, Deputy Principal, Reverend Sister Dr. S. Kulandai Teres, and Director of Self-Supporting Courses, Reverend Sister Josephine Jayarani, who encourage us to develop a growth mindset and motivate us to reach the goal of success with flawless perfection in all our endeavors. Let us be grateful to the people who make us happy. They are the charming gardeners who make our souls blossom. On behalf of the PG and Research Department of English, I deem it a pleasure to record my sincere thanks to our resource person, Dr. Rachel John, Assistant Professor of English, St. Joseph's College Autonomous, Devagiri, Kozhikode, Kerala, for investing her invaluable time in enlightening the juvenile minds on reconstructing of nation and dialectics on Anthropocene in South Asian literature. Thank you, ma'am, for gracing our occasion with your academic endeavors and erudite expertise. I would like to express my hearty thanks to Dr. A. Judishila Damayanti, Head of the Department of English, for her constant support and guidance she has extended to all of us. I record my thanks to the organizing secretaries for providing me the opportunity to propose the vote of thanks. Needless to say that our college team has taken care of the audiovisual system very nicely so that we proceeded without any technical glitches. Furthermore, I reserve a special recognition for all the paper presenters, participants, and students who buzzed in with great energy. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. The paper presentation session will come in shortly. We request all the presenters to be ready with your presentations.
Break till now. Lunch was scheduled. 1:20 lunch was scheduled. They delayed. 40 minutes delay. 1:20 to 2:20 lunch break. We have only valedictory. Oh, okay. In which service addressing?
So I begin with a short gist with the introduction of the South Asian literature. So English novels in South Asia began after the colonial encounter. Most of the novels published here has a theme of war, and India is one of the most important place in South Asian literature because it has many turbulent conflicts like the partition in 1947 and the Kargil War in 1999, and also the insurgency in Kashmir from 1989. And the novels written during the partition period are, for example, like Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children and also Kushwant Singh's Train to Pakistan. And not only novels written in South Asian literature, South Asian literature has also many poems, memoirs, chronicles, etc. And also it has many reports about the Bangladesh civil war, Sri Lanka civil strife, and also about the Afghanistan war. Next, we are going to see about the author. The author Nadeem Islam is a Pakistani British writer. He was born in Pakistan. At the age of 14, he moved to Britain. He studied biochemistry in the University of Winchester, but later he took his career on writing. Some of the major works of the writer are The Season of Rainbirds in 1993, Map of Lost Lovers in 2004, and his writings mainly focused on the Afghan Civil War and also on the suicidal bombings in Britain during July 7th, 2005. And his works mainly focuses on the clashes between East and West, tradition and modernity, secularism and religion, global and local. And also he uses social institutions like marriage to portray the women characters in his novels. Next, I'm going to see a short gist about dystopia. So dystopia is an anti-ethical term of utopia. So the term utopia was coined by John Stuart Mill in 1868. And during the 20th century, many writers used the concept of dystopia in the writing, and the authors used to show their concerns on societies and humanities. And among the major themes of conceptualization of dystopia, apart from technology revolution, war was also a major factor in dystopian novels. So dystopia is nothing but exaggerating the real life condition of people in the contemporary world. And also it talks about imagined distant probable future, giving importance to technology and human invented disasters. So in this novel, the character Nagis portrays the concept of dystopia. Then surveillance. So surveillance, we all know that we are kept under control, we are kept under watch. So surveillance is also a demarcated feature in the 21st century literature. And it is very detrimental as it affects the personal freedom of the people. And moreover, it is worse in the condition of women as they are oppressed and their thoughts, feelings, and actions, everything is being watched. So next, we come to the topic. So then the work I have chosen, The Golden Legend, it was published in the year 2017 by the author Nadeem Islam. And here he talks about a fictional city called Zamana. So this fictional city is a representation of the Pakistan place called Karachi. And once the place was filled with natural beauty and beautiful landscapes. But later, due to technological development, the total place is being destroyed. And people are always kept under surveillance, and due to dystopia, the citizens are choking with multiple oppressions. Then the journey of Nargis and Helen, the two female characters in the novel, also unravel the concept of dystopia. And the city is marked with despotism, anarchy, sectarian violence, mob conflicts. people live in Zamana, that fictional city Zamana. They are total uncertainty of life. Next, we are going to see about surveillance. So surveillance, the USA has brought the CIA forces into Pakistan to keep them checked from the terrorist control. So deaths are caused by US convert operation and drone attacks has also been done. So because of this, there is a wanton firing that happened by the CIA agents and hundreds of people being died. So in that conflict, the protagonist, Muzad, is also being killed. So Muzad's wife's name is Nargis. So Nargis is being forced to forgive the people who killed their husband, but she is not willing. Because of that, she faces many conflicts. And along with that man, two other people also died. So they also tried to get their rights to punishment for the US army, but it is impossible. So later in Pakistan, Islam people is given the full power and all the rules and regulation is in favor of the Islam control. And blasphemy law is being used against anyone, against the minority people. And the dark secrets of the people is being revealed in the minaret speakers in the mosque, and the announcers of these newses are unknown. And then circles in the color of white is being drawn in front of all the Muslim houses to show their peculiarity. And next, the toys is being forbidden from children and they don't have any other entertainment. So what they do is they kill the cows above Indian flag and they take it and they to the internet, and this is the only part of their entertainment. And next, even though the author also portrays the juxtaposition between utopia and dystopia. So here, even though destruction is shown in the novel, the beautiful landscape also is being portrayed here. And also some good souls also are here characterized here in the novel, like the character of Nagis and Mozart. So they also built mosque for the people where all the sectors of people can worship there. And later, Badami Bagh, a place is being mentioned in the novel. So in this place, first it was a beautiful landscape, an ecological heaven. But later, due to riots and conflicts, the minorities settled in this area and the beauty of the place is being spoiled here. So thus, I end up by I have given a clear portrayal of the sufferings of the people in the dystopian land due to the development of technological advancement and commercialization, and also how surveillance affect the people in belonging to the 21st century.
Yes, thank you, Snorina, for your clear-cut presentation with a threatening vision, dystopian vision, plus a positivity note. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I invite Jijani V. Koshi, research scholar of St. Mary's, to present her paper on traumatic effects of war and women in Naomi Unavira's Island of a Thousand Mirrors.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, all of you. Today, my paper, the title of the paper is Dramatic Effects of War on Women in Naomi Munivera's Island of Thousand Mirrors. The paper discusses the impact of war on women, especially in Naomi Munivera's book Island of a Thousand Mirrors. It explores the various traumatic experience of women face during war and how it affects them physically and mentally and emotionally. The paper delves into the themes of loss, grief, and trauma that are depicted in the book, highlighting women's struggle in male-dominated society and patriarchal society. So about the novelist, Naomi Munivera, she's a Sri Lankan American novelist She was born in Sri Lanka in 1973, and her family moved to Nigeria when she was 3 years old. And in 1984, there was a military operation comes in Nigeria, so her family moved this time to Los Angeles. And whenever she is now lives in Auckland and teaches at Mills College and Ashland University. So the novel Island of Thousand Mirrors, it was her first novel, debut novel, and was published in South Asia in the year 2012. And it went on to be nominated for many of the subcontinent military literary prizes, including Man Asian Literary Prize, and won the Commonwealth Regional Prize in Asia for Asia in 2013. And it was long-listed for the International Dublin Literary Award and shortlisted for the DSC Prize for South Asian Literature. So the story tells about the conflict between the two ethnic groups, Sinhalese and Tamilians, from the perspective of two girls who witnesses the horrors of the war.
A very warm good afternoon to all the participants gathered here. I hope I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll be beginning the presentation shortly. Before that, I would like to introduce the chairperson of the day, Dr. F. Mary Priya, Assistant Professor of English from the PG and Research Department of English. Ma'am has a rich experience in guiding research scholars for a PhD, for MPhil and PG students. In due of time lack, I just invite Dr. Mary Priya to take over the presentation session. First presentation would be Siminath. Siminath, are you there? PhD scholar, Department of English, University of Delhi. If not, the second person, Kajori Rajkoa from Assam. May I know who are the presentations available here? Can you just drop your names in the chat box, please? Presenters who are there connected with us, can you just drop your names in the chat box? We have a list here. Kachori Rajkwa, are you connected there? Your name is there. Can you just unmute yourself and talk?
Okay, we have Rimzim, Muttu, Aishwarya, and Kavita. Rimzim, are you ready for your presentation? Yes. Yes, ma'am. Please, you can proceed with the presentation. Ma'am, can you unmute yourself, ma'am? I think
it is coming that host has disabled participant screen sharing.
One sec, ma'am. One sec. Good afternoon to all presenters.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Mary Priya, and I am the chair for this session. You can take 3 minutes for your presentation. If you have any thing to be clarified, we will be asking 2 minutes questions. Okay, so take presentation, just present only for 3 minutes, right?
Okay, no problem.
Right, thank you. You're ready?
Yes.
Yes, you can start your presentation.
It is visible, ma'am?
Yes.
A very good afternoon, dear organizers and members for this enlightenment seminar, because today I got a 360 degree enlightenment and overview of the South Asian literature. So it's very resourceful. So my topic is intergenerational childhood trauma in the lowland. And one minute. Context and significance. So the topic I have chosen is the trauma. Trauma theory is an emerging field which is an interdisciplinary because it has some inputs of psychology, some from sociology, and the childhood trauma is also childhood trauma is also a significant theme in the trauma theory. And from childhood trauma, it is an intergenerational trauma is also related. So it is connected in several ways through biological changes and epigenetic changes and attachment patterns. So we in this topic, we can say that trauma can affect any parenting skill and relationships with the children. The theoretical framework of my research paper is that in this I am presenting intergeneration trauma because it is what happened, ma'am? Who is this? So the study of intergeneration trauma is in early stages. As we know that in the pluralistic trauma theory, the new concepts are coming, and intergenerational trauma is one of them. It also studies the childhood trauma. There are many mechanisms of intergenerational trauma, like the attachment patterns, that how the children bond with their caregivers, and the behavioral patterns, that how children learn the behavior from their parents. We all know that children imitate our behaviors, whether we know or not know. And there are many adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, that means that when children face less than ideal circumstances at home or society, they are traumatized. The theoretical framework for intergenerational trauma is that the trauma theory comes from the Catholic or literary trauma theory that was built on the Freudian psychoanalysis theory. The main theorist of the intergenerational trauma are the Marian Hirsch. She worked on the concept of post-memory, that she explained how children and grandchildren of trauma, they used to remember the trauma their ancestors had survived. But her study was on the aspect of Holocaust. Another theorist, Rachel Yehuda, she worked on the intergenerational trauma, that
studied the variations on the brain and the stress response system. And that another theorist, Bessel van der Kolk, he is known for his work on PTSD, post-trauma stress disorder, and he had worked on the how trauma can be, how the intergeneration trauma cycle can be broken down. And one of more theorists, Julius Herman, has also explained how trauma can be impact our relationships, parenting, and mental health. So coming to the trauma in the lowland, intergeneration trauma in the lowland, that the text is based on the political violence of. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you have exceeded your time. Can you finish it off in a minute?
No problem, ma'am. So
Yes,
many type of intergeneration trauma is shown in the character of Bela, the daughter whose parents have been the trauma has through the next slide involvement of their parents. Many type of theories of Crew, Schaeffer have already told that parents, children, the dynamic relations of parents and the mother relationships is built upon the childhood trauma. It affects childhood trauma. Fresco et al. Has also said that children whose parents has not coped well will have some traumatic upbringing. So conclusion, I can say that intergenerational trauma is vividly portrayed in this text, and how our intergenerational trauma shapes our behavior and character lives and childhood experiences. So it gives valuable insights. So it encourages us to reflect on the broader implication of the childhood trauma. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your good presentation, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, okay. Are you a research scholar, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
This paper forms a part of your research?
Yes, yes. I am working on trauma and memory.
Okay, right, ma'am. So the thing is, can you define what is intergenerational topic is childhood? Yeah.
Intergenerational
childhood.
Intergeneration childhood, then the parents, what the parents face in their childhood is replicated in their offsprings. Even though
so
the children
almost related to it, ma'am, with this work regarding the lowlands.
Regarding lowland, because the child Bela parent Gauri, her mother, was a trauma survivor because her husband was murdered in the Naxalite movement. So she could not love her child. Every time she saw her daughter, it always reflected her dead husband. So she never gave her love and affection that the daughter deserved. So the trauma the mother received was given to her daughter.
Only one incident, ma'am, or there are some more incidents?
The more incidents are, ma'am, in the text is throughout scattered all the trauma things, but I have the mother also had trauma in her childhood. She lived alone. She had no parents. She was living with her grandparents and all. So the bonding between how a parent and child has a bond, she never knew. She never knew how we should take care of our children.
Okay, you're doing on the works of Chimpalagri or only on the lowland?
No, I have selected 3/4 text on the South Asian literature only for trauma.
Literature and the trauma literature, right now.
Yes.
What are the trauma theories you have applied here, ma'am?
Trauma, actually, I am working on the pluralistic trauma theory. It is not based on that simple. One is that the McNally, he says that trauma is speakable. The Kathy Corrett has said that trauma is not speakable, but the survivor can speak if he wants to.
Right, ma'am. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your great presentation. Thank you.
Okay.
The next presenter, who's ready? Is Simi Nath of University of Delhi ready? or Gajori Rajkova, ma'am. Ramzan, ma'am, you can
Yes,
switch off
ma'am.
you can
Stop
close your
sharing.
presentation. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who is available right now? Who's the next presenter? Kavita, ma'am. Right, okay, Kavita. 1 minute. Okay, right, okay. You're a scholar or you are MA English student?
I'm a PG student, ma'am.
PG student. First year or second year, Kavita? Keep your video on.
Second year, ma'am.
Okay, right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your topic is post-truth in South Asian literature, examining the impact of post-truth, offering hope and resilience, and addressing domestic violence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, right, okay. You can present just for 3 minutes, followed by you will have questions session.
Yes.
Be cool,
Thank you.
right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, it says host disabled participant share screen.
1 minute, 1 minute. We have made that one, but it takes time due to technical issues, right? Hold on for a second.
Yes, yes.
Understood. Are you able to make it now? Try it now. Try it again. Try again, ma'am.
I am unable to present, ma'am. I am unable to present, ma'am.
You are unable to present. Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. I am ready.
PPT.
Yes, ma'am. It is ready, ma'am. PPT is
But
ready,
it's
ma'am.
not showing.
Ma'am, I am unable to share the screen, ma'am. It says the host is disabled.
Now you have made us co-host.
I'll share once again, ma'am.
I'll check again.
Yes, ma'am. Now I can do it.
Okay, yes. How many times before you have presented, ma'am? You have done paper presentations?
Sorry, ma'am. I cannot hear you.
How many times you have presented before?
This is my first presentation, ma'am.
Yes, right. Okay. Be cool, right? Okay, do it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kavita R. I'm pursuing MA English in Department of English at Raj College for Women. I am supervised by Dr. J. Mangaya, Head of the Department of English at Raj College for Women. The topic for my presentation is post-truth in South Asian literature, examining the impact of post-truth and offering hope and resilience in addressing domestic violence. What is post-truth? The term post-truth is a contemporary phenomenon that describes a social situation where the public's decisions are easily influenced by emotions and personal beliefs rather than objective facts. The impact of post-truth. This paper explores the impact of post-truth on individuals and communities in South Asia against the backdrop of three novels. The Fine Balance by Rohinton Mistry, which investigates how the authoritarian government uses post-truth to suppress people. White Tiger by Aravinda Adiga explores the post-truth as a powerful truth to control society. And A Thousand Splendid Suns by Khalid Hussain explores the dangers of post-truth and domestic violence. This paper argues that post-truth threatens humanity and is dangerous for democratic countries, immortalizes inequality and injustice, and undermines trust. South Asian literature plays an essential role by exposing how post-truth affect individuals and communities and how to develop resilience against it. Post-truth in South Asian literature. Post-truth is a modern phenomenon when subjective ideas and feelings override objective facts in determining public opinion. In recent years, it has grown to be an overwhelming concern. Post-truth effects are not restricted to South Asia. In addition, the region is home to various cultures and religions, making it a challenging to build an integrated idea of reality. The region has a long political and social conflict history, and the post-truth techniques are frequently employed to manipulate public opinion and justify homicide. South Asian literature is of the utmost importance in exposing the effects of post-truth while offering hope and resilience. This paper contends that post-truth symbolizes an existential threat to the principles of democracy and social injustice and humanism. However, South Asian literature can assist people in discovering the potential hazards associated with post-truth and strengthening our resilience towards it. The impact of South Asian literature in post-truth. In South Asia, post-truth can have a catastrophic consequences on individuals and communities. It could culminate in further divisiveness, violence, and flouting of human rights. For instance, in this novel, The Fine Balance Mystery encapsulates the atrocities of Indian emergency during the height of totalitarian control under the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. The government suppressed dissent during the emergency and exploited post-truth to support its decisions. Mystery highlights how this resulted in a broad spectrum of human rights violations, including torture and detention without charge. The growth of Hindu nationalism in India is another illustration of the effects of post-truth in South Asian literature. Violence against minorities and hate crimes have increased as a consequence of this. Women and girls in South Asia may be significantly impacted by post-truth as well. For instance, Hussein portrays the life of two women in Afghanistan under the Taliban in A Thousand Splendid Suns. Post-truth was a justification used by the Taliban for their oppressive policies that denied women and girls their most basic rights. Hussein demonstrated how this significantly increased domestic abuse and the types of abuse against women. South Asian literature and post-truth. The post-truth era poses a major social injustice, democracy, and humanity. Now, this may result in further divisiveness, violence, and violations. The human rights, the post-truth. Ma'am, I'll continue. South Asian literature, it is crucial in highlighting the post-truth. Now, resilience is an ability to recover from or adjust well in the response to the adversity. Now, resilience is the inner strength in an individual to fight against various sorts of pressures, such as discriminatory norms. Now, South Asian authors utilize their art to invalidate misconceptions, encourage critical thinking, and foster empathy. Now, the novel, The White Tiger, comments on social injustice in modern India. Artiga exposes the injustice and hypocrisy of Indian society by using the voice of a satirical narrator, Balram Harwal. Yes, ma'am?
You have exceeded time. Can you wind up?
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. The post-truth era poses a major threat to social justice, democracy, and humanity. It may result in further divisiveness, violence, and violations of human rights. Now, the post-truth is not limited to South Asia. The novels such as Fine Balance, White Tiger, A Thousand Splendid Suns, the three books that I have looked at this in this article provide a compelling window into how post-truth has affected people and societies in South Asia. They demonstrate how oppression, brutality, and injustice may be rationalized using post-truth. South Asian authors utilize their art to dispel myths, encourage critical thinking, and foster empathy. They demonstrate that it is possible to fend off post-truth and create a society that is fairer and just. The struggle against post-truth can benefit greatly from the literature of South Asia. South Asian authors can utilize their talent to reveal the underlying factors that contribute to the post-truth, foster critical thinking, and increase empathy. Although the post-truth is a complicated issue, we can solve it by coming together. I would like to conclude my presentation by emphasizing the fact that the South Asian literature can assist us in comprehending the risk associated with post-truth and strengthening our resilience to it. Thank you everyone for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Kavita. Really a good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
My suggestion for you is your title seems to be too long, right? Okay, why don't you make it a short one? Reread it
Yes,
and
ma'am.
try to make it a short one. And one
Yes,
more
ma'am.
suggestion for you is it is a single paper, right? You can concentrate on only one work. You have you have done your done this paper on 3 works, I think. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Better restrict to one work. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That is my
Yes.
suggestion to you. Being a first presentation, you have done well, and I'm impressed with your presentation PPTs.
Thank you,
have
ma'am.
designed well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right. Okay. So long way to go. All the best. Right. Thank you, Kavita.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
The next presenter is Muthu Aishwarya. Research scholar.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. 1 minute, let me share my screen.
Muthu Aishwarya, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you joined in 2 devices? It's echoing.
No, ma'am, not really. Just one.
Now, okay. Now, okay. Right. Okay. Okay, start screen sharing and present just only for 3 minutes because you have to give equal time for the other presenters.
Okay, ma'am. Sure, sure.
Thank you.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, you can begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Muthu Aishwarya, research scholar from Chennai, and I'm going to be presenting on the paper Harry Clifton's Odyssey, A Tale of Growth. Sorry, ma'am.
Your video is not visible.
I don't have a webcam in my laptop, ma'am, so that's the problem. Thank you.
Right, okay. Done.
So the topic that I'm going to be presenting today is Harry Clifton's Odyssey, A Tale of Growth and Maturation, in reference to South Asian literary themes. Geoffrey Howard Archer is an English novelist, convicted criminal, and a former politician. Archer is very known for his ability to draft bewitching and engaging narratives. His novels are often promoted for his courtroom dramas, dramatic plots, fast-paced storytelling that keeps the readers obsessed from beginning to the end. So one of the most famous narration is the Clifton Chronicles. Clifton Chronicles is a literary masterpiece penned by this renowned British author. This book is constructed in such a way it spans an entire journey and a century in 7 books. It starts from Only Time Will Tell, Sins of the Father, Best Kept Secret, Be Careful What You Wish For, Mighty Than the Sword, Cometh There, and ends with This Was a Man. The Harry Clifton. Harry Clifton is a young docker boy who's born from the back streets of Bristol in the working class family, falls in love with a woman whose family owns the docks. Their love turns everyone's lives upside down when Harry's birth secret gets revealed. However, love wins. Love is a complex emotion that binds people together, surpassing boundaries and inspiring the very act of kindness and understanding. It heals, it nurtures. Thus, Harry walks through the aisle with his lady love, defeating all the odds thrown towards him by the term called fate. In the end, he becomes a successful author in and across the Atlantic. Through the 7 books, one can witness the evolution of a true man. Historical insights. Archer knits historical events with real-life figures into his own fictional narrative. This aspect connects the fact with fiction, adds a very delicate layer to the authenticity and historical backdrop to the stories. It also serves as a learning material about various historical events that took place at that time. For example, Clifton Chronicles spans an entire century, focuses on the characters like Harry and his peers. The entire series covers World War I, World War II, Cold War, Fall of Berlin, and many more. It also includes political figures like Margaret Thatcher, Joseph Stalin, Winston Churchill, Queen Elizabeth II, Gandhiji, etc. This book serves as a material for the readers to understand the backdrop setting and the situation that prevailed during that time. The author introduces each and every characters having their own ambition and secrets, contributing to the depth. It also revolves around the themes of love, betrayal, redemption, ambition, class distinction, and many more. Clifton chronicles the socio-political events. Clifton Chronicles primarily focuses on the events that took place in India, England. There were also other socio-political events that took place in South Asia at that time. One such event is Indian independence, the historical movement that created a greater impact on the subcontinents, the partition between India and Pakistan. The 1971, East India became Bangladesh after it got its independence from the West Pakistan. The Sino-Indian War between China and India, the intense Cold War between United Nations and Soviet Union. And this intense Cold War was prominently portrayed by Geoffrey Archer in his Clifton Chronicles, because Harry got stuck in the United Nations as well as in Soviet Union as a imprisoner. He was imprisoned to bail Anthony Babako. After defeating all the odds, he was released. He wanted to campaign and to release Anthony Babako because Anthony Babako is a person who wrote something about Stalin, and it was prohibited. That book was prohibited inside in and around the country. Multicultural diversity. The South Asian themes plays a pivotal role in the story. The character in the series have South Asian root. For example, there's a character called Maisie Clifton, mother of Harry Clifton. She believes in chastity and other notions of ancient Asian theory. Due to the multicultural ethnicity, the culture, the struggles that Maisie undergoes in order to help Harry to become a better man, enriches the overall tapestry of the narration. The South Asian themes also has an end in the border of British colonial history. The series also hints about the British Empire and its legacy left behind in India, as the colonial touches affect the characters and their lives throughout the novel. And there's Sebastian Clifton and Priya's love story. Sebastian Clifton is the son of Harry Clifton and Emma Barrington. He falls in love with Priya, an Indian girl. Their love has been opposed by Priya's father. Sorry, ma'am.
Can you wind up? You have exceeded time. I told you to present in 3 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, almost done, ma'am. Family dynamics. Family secrets and the conflicts converse with the closest bond created within the members. The word family is a combination of hidden truth and tension. So the importance that these people give to the family is recommendable and commendable to the readers of the Geoffrey Archer's notions. Conclusion. Although the setting is not entirely centered in Asia, the chronicles renders ideas and wide range of globally related themes. The global research of South Asian literature often deals with the transcultural themes and interconnectedness of the world. Harry, the protagonist, is sketched in such a way that people are able to resonate with his experiences. Even though Harry is portrayed as a Western Englishman, he breaks the stereotypes of being one. His immense love towards his wife, Emma, and his son, Sebastian, proves that he is very logarithmic representation that family above everything. He's a character for ages, and moreover, Harry is not just a fictional character, but someone who lives with us emotionally. Thank you.
Really good presentation. And why did you choose Harry Clifton, ma'am?
Clifton is someone everyone falls in love with. He's actually a true man. He's actually a gentleman, in fact. So finding someone as true as him in this generation is something we can't find in this world. So I thought of taking up Harry Clifton in my research. So I portrayed him with South Asian literary themes.
Does it form the part of your thesis?
Yes, ma'am. Harry Clifton is part of my thesis.
Okay, good. Yes, okay, ma'am. Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
The next presenter is Kajori Rajkova, research scholar from Assam. Are you ready? Presenters, do remember, until and unless you present paper, you won't be getting certificates. Just I'll mark absent and then hand over the list to the organizers. So until and unless you present papers, you won't be given certificates of presentation. And next important thing, while you're asked to present just for 3 minutes, try to give your findings alone. Okay, don't try to narrate the story and leave the findings. Just give your findings alone. What are the what is your area of identification here in this paper? What you have identified actually? Yes, just give your findings alone. Is anybody ready? If not, Kajori, is any other presenter ready? Srinivas Leander is ready? She's ready. Huh? Priya, are you ready? Shramana Majumdar from Kolkata. PG student from Kolkata. Shramana Majumdar. Are you ready? Hope you have joined in line. You are in meet. Ilyas Ali Saik. Ilyas Ali Saik from Andhra. Are you ready? Priya from Nagapatnam. Are you in? Mr. Pius, are you ready? I've been calling all presenters. You're not ready, so I'll put just mark absent. I'll wind up the session then. Is anybody there? Once again, I'll call all presenters. If you have any technical issue, kindly respond in chat box at least. Then only I'm sure whether you are here or not. Later, I can't help you. Is Simi Nath, the PhD scholar from University of Delhi. Are you ready? Are you in? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Right, thank you. Thank you for the response. Presenters, if you find any difficulty in unmuting yourself or something, you can say. You're right. Vandita, oh, somebody is right. She's in, she has put some message. Ma'am, can you unmute yourself, Vandita Kaur, ma'am? From Haryana.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, good
Yes.
afternoon, ma'am. Am I on? I'm so sorry. Actually, I'm having a class right now, so I have just stepped outside. So can I speak?
Sure. You have you got any PPTs or something, ma'am? No.
No,
Just you
no,
want to.
no. I don't have a PPT. Can I just speak?
Can you give me a video on once?
Yeah, sure.
Just to see you. Thank you. Then you can start your presentation. Just keep it short.
Yeah.
You can present it for
Yeah,
3
okay.
minutes. Try to give your findings alone.
Okay, sure. Thank you, ma'am. So the
Thank you,
title
ma'am.
of my paper is Mapping Indigenous Cultures in Eastern Kire's Literary Landscape, Exploring the Intersection of South Asian Voices. So I'm going to explore the works of Eastern Kire, who hails from Northeast region of India. She's an author from Nagaland. So South Asian literature is a diverse tapestry of cultures, languages, and identities, reflecting the rich plurality that characterizes the region. Yet within this vast landscape, the voices and narratives of indigenous communities often remain marginalized. This research delves into the works of Eastern Kire, a writer from the northeastern region of India, to explore how her literature not only brings indigenous cultures to the forefront, but also serves as a catalyst for pluralism and diversity in South Asian literature. By employing an interdisciplinary framework that integrates post-colonialism and cultural studies, we navigate Kire's literary landscape to uncover the transformative potential her works hold in reshaping the narrative of South Asian literature. Let me first talk about cultural pluralism and diversity. So South Asian literature often grapples with the complex tapestry of cultures and identities within the subcontinent. Kire's portrayal of the indigenous cultures of Nagaland, especially in her novels Son of a Thundercloud and When the River Sleeps, highlights the richness and diversity of cultures. This emphasis on cultural pluralism resonates with the broader concern of South Asian literature to represent the myriad voices and experiences of the region. Now, when we talk about intersection and hybrid identities, South Asian literature frequently explores the complex intersection of identities, cultures, and histories, especially in the post-colonialism sphere. Kire's works, especially her novel, Sky is My Father, examines the interactions between indigenous Naga culture and other communities in the northeastern region, highlighting the formation of hybrid identities and the ways in which cultures blend and influence one another. This exploration aligns with the South Asia literature's interest in examining the crossroads of identities and culture. Talking about gender and identity, gender issues are central to many South Asian literary narratives. Kire's portrayal of strong female protagonists challenging traditional gender roles in the context of indigenous cultures resonates with broader discussions on gender and identity. It contributes to the ongoing discourse on gender equity and empowerment within the region. Her novel, A Terrible Matriarchy, explores the intricacies of Naga society, particularly its matriarchal aspects. When I talk about marginalized narratives, a significant concern in South Asian literature is the representation of marginalized or underrepresented narratives. Indigenous communities in South Asia have often been marginalized and overlooked. Kire's writing, like Walking the Roadless Road, places these indigenous cultures at the forefront, bring to light the stories and experiences of these marginalized communities. This aligns with the literature's commitment to social justice and giving voice to those on the fringes of society. While considering indigenous environmental wisdom, South Asian literature frequently explores the deep-rooted relationships between indigenous communities and their natural environments. Kire's work underscores the indigenous environmental wisdom and sustainable practices of Naga communities. In her novel, Mari, she elaborates how these communities have traditionally coexisted with and respected their natural surroundings. This resonates with broader South Asian literature's interest in indigenous ecological knowledge and practices. Now, talking about language and linguistic diversity. South Asia is known for its linguistic diversity, and this diversity is a central theme in many literary works. Kire's inclusion of indigenous languages and dialects in her writing mirrors the linguistic richness of the region. The linguistic diversity is a shared concern in South Asian literature, emphasizing the importance of preserving and celebrating these languages. In conclusion, Eastern Kire's literary landscape focused on indigenous cultures in Nagaland serves as a microcosm of the larger concerns and themes found in South Asian literature. Her writings provide a unique perspective on cultural diversity, marginalized narratives, linguistic richness, hybrid identities, and gender dynamics, all of which are integral to the multifaceted tapestry of South Asian literature. Kire's work contributes significantly to the ongoing dialogue about the complexities of South Asian identity and the importance of preserving and celebrating indigenous cultures within the broader literary context. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Just
Thank
one
you so much.
suggestion. Your paper seems to be a good one, provided if you were able to give us one PPT, it would have been more informative, ma'am.
I'll surely consider this suggestion. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Really good one. Does it form part of your research, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. I'm doing research on Eastern Kire's work only.
Nice. Okay. All the best, ma'am. Thank you for
so
your
much,
presentation.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Any other presenter available? So last call for other presenters. I'll tell your name once or twice. After that, we will wind up. As there is no response from your side, we'll wind up shortly. So the first presenter, yet to present, those who are yet to present are, first one is Simi Nath, PhD scholar from University of Delhi. His title is Anthologizing Indian literature, problems and perspective. He hasn't yet presented. Seminath, so no response. I'll mark it as no response. Then Kajori Rajkova, research scholar from Assam. The paper title is Pluralism and Diversity in South Asian Literature with reference to characterization of children, elements and spirits of South Asian themes in children's literature of Ruskin Bond. Just one suggestion to paper presenters, whenever you have you're giving a title, go in for a short one, concentrate on one aspect. This is not a project or a thesis. So better go in for one work of the particular author and also concentrate on one aspect. Then you can have a presentation with clarity. It will reach the audience. Just one suggestion, okay? So don't go in for long titles. So I think that person is also not available, Kajori Rajkova. But you seem to be in. Just now came to know that Kajori ma'am, you are not made as co-host. Can you wait for a few minutes? We'll make it done. I'll go for next presenter. Whether is Srinivas landed by us? Research scholar from Trichy. Kajori, you are made as co-host. Kajori Rajkova. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Right, okay, we are waiting for a long time.
Yeah, ma'am. Can I start?
Yes, sure. Keep your video on, and if you have PPT, you can share your screen and then you can start your presentation. You're not having PPT.
Ma'am, actually, I'm not able. I prepared a PPT, but I do not know how to connect it now. Having some network problem, ma'am.
Okay, keep your video on and just speak, ma'am.
Okay,
keep your
ma'am. Thank you
presentation
so
for
much.
3 minutes. Yes, okay.
Okay, I'll submit it to you later on.
Video is not seen, ma'am. Okay, no problem. You can speak up.
Can you see now, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. You're in travel, I think. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Right.
It's a great opportunity for me that you have given me the chance to present here.
Ma'am, are you joined in 2 devices? It's echoing.
I'll just switch off one, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. My topic is pluralism and diversity.
You can have it. Otherwise, you can just present. No problem.
Wait, I'll just disconnect one.
Right, you can start your presentation. Keep it for 3 minutes, right? Thank you, ma'am. Give your findings alone.
Sorry, ma'am. Pluralism and diversity in actually. Sorry, ma'am. So my topic is literature with reference to characterization of children, elements and spirits of South Asian themes in children literature of Ruskin Bond. Love for literature is time immemorial. Every area has its unique way, and this finds expression to the protest in the literature of that part of the globe. Be it the description of the nature, the people, the way of life, which provides the idea of that area of that point of time. South Asian region also has paced with the world in the field of literature as an form, including the works in various fictions, non-fictions categories, in the region as well as in English. Literature here too has developed to provide entertainment, enlightenment, and instructions to the readers, listeners, and those who learn by seeing. Ample literature displays almost like pictures and images of that specific time, period, and age. In fact, the South Asian literature diverged in reach and is spreading through as many as 8 to 9 countries, making it variety into a single term. It is believed that some of these even belongs to the Bronze Age. The Sanskrit, the Pali, the Chinese are considered to be the major contributors to the South Asian literature, with the themes varying from love, religion, story of the time, redemption, etc. One of the assets of this South Asian literature is that they were in the form of multiple languages, including English. As it is spread over as many as 8 to 9 countries, there has been a huge space both geographically and culturally. South Asian literature reflects the culture not only in folktales and historical stories, but also in the modern day and fantasy world as well. In spite of the vast and diverse region, the variety of array of languages and religion remains connected through art, dance, food, history, tradition, and also literature. Some of the examples are Room in Your Heart by K. Chodden, Prema Shering's Dear Mrs. Naidu, American as Paneer Pie by Supriya Kelkar. It is found that as much as 7% of children's literature was written by the authors from the South Asian region in the year 2018. One of the genre of the literature is
Excuse me, ma'am.
children's literature.
Kajori, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, trying to wind up. You have exceeded your time. I
Pardon,
gave you
ma'am?
3 minutes for presentation.
Can't follow you, ma'am.
Ma'am, I gave you 3 minutes for presentation. Time's up.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Right, ma'am. Okay.
I can just sum up.
You can sum up, right? Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. You can sum up.
Oh, okay, thank you, ma'am. As soon as we think about the short stories and children's stories, it is always Ruskin Bond from our own country, who has written as much as 62 literature for children. The message that Ruskin Bond wishes to put forward to his young readers is the nature, the life that he has depicted from his hilly areas. And it is because of his book, he has also been awarded the Sahitya Academy Award in 1992. So literature from the South Asian region is contributing immensely and has been able to provide an indelible mark and create base of its own. It is helping to give insight to the rich pluralistic cultural exchange and diversified knowledge, making it work globally.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. I would like to have one simple question, ma'am. What, according to you, pluralism is?
Pluralism is the diversity of what I understand, ma'am. I may be wrong. Pluralism is the diversity of literature, and basically, what I have reflected is through the writer Ruskin Bond. So he has written so many in so many themes, including children. It is his childhood, autobiographical. He also writes about emotional and intelligence and psychology in the children, and every day-to-day life a child faces during his development.
Okay, ma'am. You answered well. One suggestion, ma'am, don't mistake me. The thing is, hope you have got a good paper, but if you present it, it would have been a good thing for us, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Actually,
ma'am.
this
So
is the first time that I have presented a paper, ma'am. So I'm so grateful that you gave me the chance to learn.
then really super, ma'am. Then really superb effort, good effort, ma'am. When you are going for next time presentations, just present your ideas. That will be good, right? Okay, ma'am. Rather than reading. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, and all the best for your research
Thank you
work.
so
Thank
much.
you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, so already one person I have marked no response. The next person is Mr. W.M. Srinivas Leander Bias, PhD research scholar from Bardhasan University, Trichy, and his title is Existential, Historical, and Post-Colonial Perspectives in the Select Novels of Amitav Ghosh. Is the person ready? Are you ready, sir? Are you in line? Sir, this is the last call for you. So I'll mark just as no response. Are you in? Okay, now I'll go to the next one. Ilyas Ali Shaikh, Assistant Professor of English from KLM Engineering College for Women, Andhra Pradesh. And his title is The Field of Cultural Studies, Scholarly Perspectives and Discourse. Are you ready, sir? Are you available? Mr. Ilyas Ali Shaikh from Andhra Pradesh. I'd like to tell this thing again and again. If you're not presenting, then you won't be given certificate. Don't come and ask us again, please. This request is from organizer side. I have put forth. Until and unless you present your paper, you won't be given certificates. Okay, so next one is Shramana Majumdar. Shramana Majumdar from MA English.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, you are ready.
Hello, am I?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. I have a PPT.
Okay, just start sharing screen. Take just 3 minutes.
Ma'am, I'm unable to share my PPT.
You have made us co-host, no? Then you can make it. If you are unable to do it, then keep your video on and start your presentation. Your topic is songs of their own, development of the Ramayana narrative in women's oral tradition in rural India. Is this your title?
Yes, ma'am, but I have a PPT ready, but I cannot share it because it's saying only the host can share in this meeting.
Can you be louder?
Ma'am, could you please make me a co-host or something? I am unable to share my PPT.
You were made as co-host already, no? 1 minute, wait. You just start your presentation. We are running short of time. We have to go in for next session, no? Please. You tell your findings alone, okay? I'll give you 2 minutes time. You can give your findings alone.
Okay.
Are you in?
Yes, ma'am. So my paper is titled.
Keep your mic closer to your mouth and then you speak.
My paper is titled Songs of Their Own, Development of the Ramayana Narrative in Women's Oral Tradition in Rural India. The following study attempts to revisit and interpret the development and transformation of the narrative mode across time and space from the ages of the Adi Kavya to the women's Ramayana song. Translation of the Ram Katha or the story of Rama has been recurrently attempted by South Asian diaspora. The range of variants of Ram Katha, later including those previously neglected versions composed by the tribals, women, or lower caste, clearly seem to be drawn from a common pool of signifiers. However, the Ramayana songs performed by women of rural India in different regional languages offer a glimpse of the ways in which women have appropriated the katha at the ground level, some of which may even have provided alternate interpretations and the conclusions attempted to reach in this paper are drawn from the Valmiki Ramayana and the Chandravati Ramayana, which is a received later version composed by a woman poet of medieval Bengal. The set of women songs utilize the character of Sita to enunciate their own experiences as women in a male-centric society by emphasizing on aspects of the story that are marginalized or absent in the dominant version. The narrator's lived experiences and socioeconomic position also plays a crucial role in determining the narrative arc. All these versions hint at the richness of the primitive narrative that has later been appropriated by various authors in diverse ways. Uh, the multiple inputs and improvisatory elements in shifting performative circumstances in case of Ramayana songs also hint at the dynamism and fluidity of the narrative. To analyze the development of narrative mode in Ramana repertoire, I have taken Chandravati Ramana, composed by a woman poet of medieval Bengal. Unfortunately, similar versions of Ramkatha have largely been silenced, criticized, or overlooked by scholars, perhaps for being a female-centric and semi-private performative plot. Nobonita Devson points out the scholars collectively agreeing upon what is found as Chandravati Ramana is a trivial, incomplete, and fragmented version, is perhaps due to its abstention from the dominant male discourse. The narrative arc follows the story of Sita's life and tales as it stands is undoubtedly a Sitayana under the traditional guise of Rama. Detailed accounts of Rama's journey have been successfully and perhaps intentionally shortened or excluded in Chandravati's version. The text opens with the supernatural birth of Sita, and for the rest of the text, Chandravati goes on to narrate Sita's tales of sorrow. Then adds, Sita devotes only 2 couplets to the epic battle because she saw it only in a dream. It is not surprising, therefore, that Chandravati's detailing of the Ramayana, which is disfigured for epic convention, was quickly labeled as all wrong. The narrative sequence is follows in which the narrator changes from chapter to chapter so
Excuse
that
me,
the burden.
Shramana.
Yes, ma'am.
I gave you 2 minutes. I think you haven't touched upon the topic yet. You are saying some stories like this. Okay, how many times you have done your presentation before?
Ma'am, twice. This is my third presentation.
This is your 3rd one, right? Okay. Just one thing. Okay. So far you are speaking, but maybe from distance or due to some technical issues, I may not hear something. But one thing I want to tell you is while you are in virtual mode, try to speak little slower. Right? Okay, you can grasp the attention of the audience. Just one suggestion. Okay, I admire your language fluency and things, and your content is also okay, fine as of now. What I have heard, but whenever you are in online presentation, just go in. Just slow down your pace a little. Okay.
Okay, ma'am, could I be given a little more time to sum up?
Shramana, be audible, right? Okay, your voice is too low.
Ma'am, could I be given a little more time to sum up?
You just sum up neatly, right? Okay, fine. We should have understood what your paper is.
Okay, ma'am.
Make it short.
Sita's sufferings is a point of convergence in almost all such Ramayana songs by rural women. Although she is a princess, in the Bhojpuri songs by working class women of central India, Sita performs all the household chores like any other woman. She grinds millet along with her sister-in-law, fetches water from the river, and collects cow dung for fuel. While in exile, a pregnant Sita cries, "Who would watch over me?" The God. It is when the ascetic women emerge out of the forest and console Sita's Rani, "We will light the fire, we will make the bed, we will look after you at the time you give birth." But the individual experience of Sita is collectivized as the overwhelming sense of sisterhood lingers on. And I will. Okay. Thus, it is obvious that the songs were silenced for long, but there were songs. There were songs of sorrows, of despair, of ill-treatment by their husband, sang of the patriarchal society that strangled them. Despite making significant alterations to the story, the possibilities of language in both the oral narratives and the written text only added to the richness of the narrative. Thus, we see that it's not the story that is central here, but the various ways in which the story is narrated. Again, it is the story and the way of storytelling that in turn keeps the story alive and ever growing. I conclude with a quote that the collection many Ramayanas opens with: "It spread, ceaselessly various, one and many at once." Thank you.
Thank you, Shramana. Only one question to you. Why do you want to choose your paper on this title, especially why do you want to take the work Ramayana?
Because in this time there is only a dominant reading of the Ramayana that prevails in the contemporary society, and I think it is important to take into cognizance the various other retellings of the story that combines and includes the experiences of the tribals, women, and of the lower caste.
Okay, right. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. The next presenter is Priya, research scholar from Nagapattinam. Is she available? Next person is next presenter is B. Priya, research scholar from Nagapattinam, ABC College. Her title is Partition and its Social Impact on Manju Kapoor's novel Difficult Daughters. Sheen. Ms. Priya, this is last call to you. If not, we can wind up the session. Hope all have presented. Those who have joined in this meet, kindly use chat box to reply. Those who have, hope all have presented. Those who are in this meet. Kindly reply in chat box. Kavita, thank you. Uta Aishwarya, thank you, ma'am. Kajori, ma'am, then okay. Then Rimsim Kumari completed. And then Shramana, Rimsim, ma'am presented. Thank you. The next one is Vandita Moore, she has then. The next one is Shramana Majumdar. Good, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing us your great insights. And so remember these basic things. So whenever you are going in for your presentation, just go in with PPT. And when you are connected through online mode or hybrid mode, that is online mode, please do your presentation in a legible pace, right? Okay. What to say? 1 minute. So thank you again for your presentation. Sorry for the technical issue. And I congratulate all the presenters of this session. And thank you all. And what are the corrections you have to carry out in your paper will be sent to your mail. If you receive any mail regarding that, kindly respond on time for next process. Thank you. Thank you so much for your cooperation and have a good day. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your support.
Thank you, Ramzan ma'am. Thank you. Nice talking to you. Thank you for your support for joining us in this. Thank you. Kavita ma'am, thank you. Good. And also I thank the other one, right? Muta Aishwarya and others, right? Thank you all. Thank you so much. So I'll end up this meet. Thank you once again. Thank you for your cooperation and thank you for joining St. Mary's seminar. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
பாட்டு இங்க முன்னாடியே பின்னாடியே பாட்டு பிரேயர் சாங் இங்க பிரேயர் சாங் இருக்கு.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm good evening to one and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory session of the National Seminar on Pluralism and Diversity in South Asian Literature. A supreme thing is worship. The attitude of worship is the attitude of a subject bent before the king. May I invite all to invoke the Almighty. I request all to rise for the invocation song. You are here, moving in the midst. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, working in this place. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, moving in our midst. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, working in me. I worship you. I worship you. Waiting, you go on. In the darkness, my God, that is you. Waiting, you go on. Promise you, light in the darkness, my God, that is you. You are nothing free from. I will do. I will do. You will be. You Kindly be seated. Welcome every day with a smile, a spirit of giving, a sense of humanity, a pledge to spread peace and happiness. May all who enter as guests leave as friends. May I now request Dr. N. Sumati, Assistant Professor of English, PG and Research Department of English, to welcome the gatherings.
Life is magic. Do what's great and not what is easy. I wish every second will be beautiful in your life. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Sister Principal, Reverend Sister Secretary, Reverend Sister Director of Self-Supporting Courses, and respected resource persons, eminent professors, research scholars, and students. Hearty welcome to our national seminar. Today's event promises an engaging and enlightening experience for all of us. Let us open our minds and hearts to new ideas on South Asian literature to improve the golden moment of opportunity and catch the good that is in our reach is the great art of life. On behalf of the PG and Research Department of English, I deem it a great pleasure to welcome you all to this National Seminar on Pluralism and Diversity in South Asian Literature. Indian literature and the literature of our neighboring countries are perhaps older than Western civilization. The Vedas, the Puranas, and our mythologies have been studied for centuries by Western scholars. South Asian literature displays the literary imagination and linguistic inventiveness of writers who are negotiating life in a transnational world and multiple cultural identities. The fragrance of flowers spreads only in the direction of the wind, but the goodness of a person spreads in all directions. We are delighted to have with us a man of erudition and character, Dr. G. Bhaskaran, Professor and Dean, School of English and Foreign Languages, Gandhigram Rural Institute, Dindigul, as the Honorable Chief Guest of this valedictory ceremony. At the outset, I'd like to convey my sincere appreciation for our eminent speaker, Professor Dr. G. Bhaskaran. It's my honor and proud privilege to introduce and welcome him. Hearty welcome, sir. Dr. Bhaskaran is not a stranger to our institution. Many a time, he has implanted his footprints to record his research dexterity as an examiner for the PhD vivacy of many candidates. He has 36 years of teaching experience. He is a dedicated research professional who has guided 90 MPhil research scholars and produced 67 PhDs. His quest for research is tremendous that he authored 11 books and 11 chapters and contributed 116 publications in national and international journals. He executed a UGC-funded project on diaspora discourses, displacement, migration, and cultural exchange in the post-Rushdie Indian fiction in English. He has organized 6 national and 2 international conferences. Sir has shouldered many responsibilities during his academic career. I'd like to mention a few. He has served as executive editor of Journal of Extension and Research and nodal officer of Common University Entrance Test. He is a member of Academic Council Global Reporting Initiative. His linguistic and literary expertness has made him chairman of Board of Studies, Dean of School of English and Foreign Languages. He rendered his service as a syndicate member of Alagappa University, member of Senate and Finance Committee, and Syndicate Standing Committee. It's really an honor to have with us such a celebrious personality as a speaker of this valedictory session. Today, we are here to listen and learn from his illustrious lecture on cultural pluralism and post-colonial Indian literature. I wish to give a cheerful welcome to Dr. Rachel John, Assistant Professor of English, St. Joseph College, Autonomous, Devagiri, Kozhikode, Kerala. She has made deliberations on reconstruction of nation and dialectics of Anthropocene in South Asian literature. Thank you so much, ma'am, and hearty welcome to you, ma'am. I deem it an honor to welcome our Secretary, Reverend Sister Dr. C. Shibana, who always stands as a pillar of unconditional support and guidance. I'd like to accord a genial welcome to our Principal, Reverend Sister Dr. J.C. Fernando, for her constant support in each and every academic endeavor. I'm happy to welcome Reverend Sister Josephine Jairani, Director of Self-Supporting Courses, Deputy Principal Dr. Sister Kulandai Teres, for their immense support and direction. I extend a very warm welcome to the galaxy of professors, research scholars, and students from various colleges and the participants who are virtually connected to this seminar. I feel happy to state that we have participants from various states: Himachal Pradesh, Kerala, Assam, Haryana, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Delhi, Kolkata, and Tamil Nadu. Welcome you all. I'm happy to welcome Dr. A. Judith Sheila Damayanti, Head and Associate Professor, Department of English, Dr. Jacqueline Leo, Associate Professor and Dean, School of Language and Culture. I heartily welcome all my dear colleagues and students. And once again, I welcome you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's time to honor our chief guest. May I now request Reverend Sister Dr. A. J.C. Fernando, our beloved principal, to present a memento to the chief guest, Dr. G. Bhaskaran, Professor and Dean, School of English and Foreign Languages, Gandhigram Rural Institute. Thank you, sister. A special moment to honor our session chairpersons. May I now request Dr. T. Mary Manon Mani to honor Dr. B. Joachim, Assistant Professor of English, St. Xavier's College, Palankote, with a memento. May I now request Dr. L. Jacqueline Leo, Assistant Associate Professor and Dean, School of Language and Culture, to honor our other chairperson, Dr. F. Mary Priya, Assistant Professor of English, with a memento. Thank you, teachers. Do not follow where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. Amidst us, we have such an erudite personality to present the valedictory address. Our esteemed chief guest, Revered Dr. G. Bhaskaran, Professor and Dean, School of English and Foreign Languages, Gandhigram Rural Institute, Gandhigram, Dindukal. Sir, the dais is yours.
Excellent afternoon to all of you. Revered Sister Principal, Revered Sister Secretary, colleagues on my stage, colleagues and friend Joaquin, my scholar Mary Priya, children, scholars, teachers from neighboring colleges. Again, my pronouns to all of you. Really, 15 days back I was here. That day, Professor Smati, made an appeal like, I said yes. And normally I don't say no to scholarly or academic exchanges. And I didn't ask, what is the title of the seminar. Then I got, a few days back, the invitation. I confirmed, and then I designed my title. And so whatever I speak, that is leading us, to understand what is pluralism. So on stage at my right, there is an advertisement. So immediately, that I asked my friend whether I can go with a car. So this is what, this pluralistic thinking, right? So even though, I'm not connected directly, the moment, I got in and then occupying, a chair there, just, probe what is there in front, it came to my mind. And this is what actually, that I mean, pluralism. So the adaptation, the moment you get into a situation, environment. So St. Mary's College is so. I heard and I visited, Tuticorin, 35 years back. Or sometime, that 52 years back, that I was here. What I heard and what I was, told, conveyed, about this institute, is strict, disciplined, and something, traditional. And what is available now? NAC has given, a lips. And we are actually, progressing. We are growing, that strong. It is not competing, it is updating. Children are actually, at the end, right, at the other side, expecting, something. A certain sort of education, extending education to them. Now, how it actually, is given, how it is actually, taken to the knowledge of the people, knowledge of the children. It is not actually removing ignorance. It is not, that removing ignorance. Already, they had, in mind, something. As teachers, we may not be able to guess, what is there at the other side. Slowly after having, a give and take policy like, so we are giving something, they are also giving something. As a result, a meeting point, maybe, 3 years or 5 years, it takes to exchange. And then, children are proved. Children are, growing. Children are, having education. This is knowledge sharing. This is not, coming from our side. It is not from teacher's side, right. This is also from learner's side. And what a learner is, who is a learner? That question, comes to your mind, right. Learner is any person, right? You cannot, decide by age, you cannot decide by gender, you cannot decide by community, you cannot decide by, appearance, color, race, okay, whatever it is. Any person, comes in search of something, in need of something, right? And that is actually, coming from St. Mary's. A part of, a system, this is. This system, offers, a chance to mold us. So molding, is sometimes, that we may take, as everything, that comes to you. We may take. Sometimes, that you need some sort of training, a pruning like you accept. And with keeping that in mind, I don't know, Professor Sumati might have designed, this title. This is especially, something South Asian literature or South Asian studies, what I know. South Asian, right, group of countries, right, coming under. And they all experience, something, the other within double course. Earlier, what actually they were, and now who are they? And in between, what happened? These are all, something you can seriously, considering or taking into account, so that, you can understand this pluralism, that easy. You might have all seen, here, one famous movie that is an awarded movie, right? An award, that it has got, the Kaka Mutai, the grandma was actually, preparing, the pizza, right, at home. The young children, that who acted there in the film, that they want to taste, that pizza, but unable to bear the cost, that. Simply the grandmother, called them, right, I'll make it, I'll prepare it, everything for you. So instead of, having, that the roti there in the bottom, she prepared, using, the dosa maav, right? And children, that just enjoying, the preparation. the taste is not that sufficient, to them. As a result, that they show everything in their face, right? We are not used to such food, You understand, pluralism that quick, that easy, that from, the film, right? And the stories, enormous stories, that you might have read. We didn't have any idea about, that pluralism in mind, applying, that concept and then understand, one by one, no. But now, after enjoying, the entire day, maybe Rachel ma'am, supported a lot in the morning. Right? You listen people and then you immediately, think of, right? You start thinking about, something about, this pluralism, right? Now, diversity is also added, right? So pluralism is there and diversity is also, instantly added. I read, so many stories, and out of those stories, that I have chosen, 2 stories. I'm not deliberating or discussing, the stories in detail, but you can understand, what it is. So moving away from one's native, and then choosing a destination, different. All these, South Asian people, that they moved away, right? Maybe Indians, very late, or Indians, earlier, whatever it is, right? It is not, who left early and who done, all those things, that quick. It is not that question. But pluralism, that how that we take, or as readers, that you understand, the concept. So I have taken, 2 stories. One is, Chitra Banerjee Divakarana's, cloths, and other one is, very interesting. Bharati Mukherjee's management of grief, right? The title story, right? How do you manage, the grief, management of grief, right? Now, what is grief? You all know that. How to manage it, right? The loss. Wherein, that Bharati Mukherjee talked about, that widowhood, The widowhood is very strongly available in India. Sri Lanka also, of course. White is, something color that associated with. Suppose you are outside India. When you move out of India, right? You don't have any idea of following, the rituals or rules or the customs or culture, that's strong, right? Because no one is there to find fault, okay? You are not wearing, a white sari, being, attained, widowhood, and no one is going to find fault with you, right? Because that culture is not available there, In the West, you don't find, such. And when you appear, what would happen naturally, that people are tempted to ask so many questions. Naturally. Why, this white? What is the significance behind? Why, that someone is insisting and then you are following? Why that rule? Are you that strong in following, the culture, right, in a different space? These are all questions, There are empty number of questions, Maybe I restrict myself, 5 or 6, right? So this pluralism, is accepting, a small gathering in a huge living condition, right? So what I mean by huge living condition, is you can take, again India, right? Where also, that pluralism is, strongly followed, right? 446 languages, 20 and odd, states, and the languages, they exchange, that are different. The food culture is different. And the attire, that we wear, is different. The appearance, are different. The race is different. The color is different. The walking style, living style, everything, everything is, different. But we all have, something, a common agenda. That we don't want to disturb, other. The other again, simple. I mean, quotations. We don't have any idea of, spoiling others' mood. You may be tempted to ask, sir, that nowadays ethnocentrism is, strongly dealt. So I'm not getting into that, right? I'm not getting into that. Ethnocentrism is simply removing, one's idea of living, right? You might have heard, one Nammalwar. Namalwar is no more, right? I happened to meet him, when I joined there in Gandhigram University. He came to me for proofreading, a text. The survey, he has conducted, right from the Western Ghats beginning, there in Kerala, ending there, somewhere, at the end of Karnataka, right? In between, that we too have our contribution. He met all those tribal people and then he collected, various sources regarding, the way of life, right? And they have given, everything in oral form, that not that in written components, right? Again, you can go to Canada, right? Sorry, not Canada, New Zealand, right? Where Maori, is a tribal group, Aboriginals, that we used to say there in Australia. And Maori, is a group, right? They are very strong in writing also. Right? They have, the oral format as well as, the written component, is also available. They are updated. But our tribal situation is entirely different, right? One or two people like Kaveri and Ambition and others, that they have done narrative forms, right? They have created narrative forms. And this Nammalwar collected all these components, lifestyle, food culture, survival situation, the fear, the trauma, the pain, children's education, and their civilization. Civilization, don't take it, uncivilized, barbaric, no. They too have, a civilization. All these details he gathered and then he documented everything, in the form of a survey. And finally, he has drafted a beautiful line, right? I enjoyed reading it. I don't know whether it is available in book format or not, but the draft I read. I happen to read and enjoy, everything. The last line, is the finding light or a statement, that gives energy or gives, some knowledge about the tribal situation, right? They don't want to change. They retain the past, inescapable past. We have been deliberating, such things, now. The diasporic situation. Nammalwar has done it, long back. He has done long back. But now we have been, discussing, this inescapable past. So I told, that you play a role and when you come out, that you change and then you act different. In these two occasions, you follow, a set pattern, that is. Your schedule, that you prepare and accordingly, that you live. Now, what is this schedule, how others, think about you? What is their reaction, You change, accordingly, right? It is not that, you are living as your mind, instructs. You are living for others. This is also, a type of pluralism. In multicolored cultured situation, right, you act, different. At home, you are one, and when you come out, that you are different. You can understand, centrism is also like, how do you think, how do you react? You feel like, that you are the best. And you say others, that unwanted. They don't have any role at all. They don't have sometimes, identity at all. As if, that you alone have, identity. You are power. Other end, that is different. Individual, your people, your relatives, you go like that, right? Your community, your race, your culture, other culture is, that bad. You look at it in such a way, right? In multicultural, pluralistic situation, you think, like Ghosh and others, right? I take Ghosh and others also. Others, his contemporaries, including Salman Rushdie. They also, presented, they also narrated, right? They fictionalized, these components, very strong in the writing. In satanic verses, of course. He has, something, an agenda. He prepared, an agenda for himself. He looked others, right? Salman Rushdie looked others, his own community people, right? It is not, that he is treating badly, that community. No, it is not so. He suggested something. As a result, that fatwa, that was announced. And he started living, that in dens, and he has gone beneath the ground, beneath the earth. And that was something, the lifestyle, like. Such people are many nowadays, Don't think, Salman Rushdie alone. We are also like, we are available to others' eyes. But also, that we follow the life, experiencing, what Salman Rushdie, is experiencing in his life. Of course, he has gone beneath. But we are actually there in the earth, and then we also act like on so many occasions. The recognition, is we are looking, I am not using the word, that identity. Rather, that I am very comfortable using the recognition, like. The Chinese, Japanese, all South Asian people, they want to, they want themselves, to be recognized, That's why they land in a different country. They choose, a different country. That country is actually supporting pluralistic thinking. Wherein in their nations, that they find it very difficult, that to follow. It is not, that lifestyle, that they are finding fault, right? The administration. They are not comfortable with the administration. As a result, that they want to be associated themselves, with the democratic situation in America, in Canada, in New Zealand, in England, wherein, that pluralism is, very strong, right? They accept, the minority situation, they. Few Indians are there, the Sikh population there in Canada is, very, very strong, They started moving, decades back, 6 decades, back, that they settled. 2 generations, that have come now, and yes, they have, in mind, what is called, the Canadian ambience, Canadian situation, right? And what happened to that native? Again, they have to travel 2 generations back, right? If grandma, grandpa is there, they can very well, clarify about Indian life. They visit here. Oh, the country where my grandma and grandpa, that born and brought up. That's all, they can say. But earning and inescapable past, something, is for the grandpa and grandma, right? Not that, that they want to follow their in a different ambience. No, they are not having, any such thing as the Chitrabana Divakarna is, cloths, that narrated. The young girl, that after marriage, the Bengali, after marriage, that she was accommodated there in pluralistic situation. Losing her husband, that she started living, the life of pluralism. And the Indian tradition, often comes that sort. It is something, that a dream like or an imagination like. She felt, and then she decided not to go back, right? Not to go back. And in-laws, they have been insisting. They've been telling her, that to go back. No. By then, that she learned, the art of, something. Art of living, right? Art of living in a different geography, in a different domain, right? In a different domain. Yes. I think, that I quote something, for you. Who cares, who cares about friends from a little Indian village when you are about to go live in India? Actually, this is class. Chitrabani Divakarna, right? Sumita, it is about Sumita. Look at her, already dreaming about her husband, and she hasn't even seen him yet. See that? Preparing yourself and then getting ready for a new life, right? So most of the girl children here, that they may experience or they experience, right? Already dreaming about him, her husband, and she hasn't even seen him yet. Diwali jokes. suddenly, that you feel like, that you change, preparing yourself, mentally, physically, and yes, culturally, getting ready for a new world, right? Who cares about friends from a little Indian village when you are about to go live in America? There may be, denial. There may be denial. That is from the mouth, right? What your heart says, what your mind says, how that you feel, these are all something, that you take for an observation, right? You are growing up years, in India. And the years, that you are planning to live in abroad, right? Both are, something significant. Already, that you are in pluralistic situation, but you are going to a different space wherein pluralism is, handled, dealt, in a different way. Right. So my growing up years, visiting, the temples, observing, how the rituals, that are conducted at home. This is something, an interesting month. I mean, auspicious month, here in India, here in Tamil Nadu. Of course, here in Tuticorin, that people are following. Some rituals, by some community members, that they strongly, that adapt in their living style. Month of, Protasi, the Tamil month. But there are changes, right? Earlier, that 3 decades back, how they actually conducted, these sort of rituals and how they are conducting now. It may not be possible, to retain, that of original or traditional, that strong in the modern, postmodern situation, right? So 3 days of marriage, that was for my parents, 3 days of marriage. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, like. Earlier, that was. But today, that is, things are different, right? The same marriage in the same space, conducted, differently. Maybe, 5 or 10 minutes, like. So an hour or so earlier, maybe, 5 or 6 years back. And now, 10 minutes, beyond that, I cannot stand. Children used to say, as a result, parents, agree, follow it, different. Actually, it is happening, that in the West. In churches, that in the West, even in India, that is very quick, that the formalities are over. The same thing, that is coming up, everywhere now. Why you are giving up, the early tradition and why you are adapting, the new one. These are all, something coming to us. And the narratives, that you deal, that offers, that handsome examples, right? She married a handsome prince who took her to his kingdom beyond the 7 seas, right? 7 கடல் தாண்டி 7 மலை தாண்டி கொண்டு செல்லும் விதம். These are all, something you happen to, read in stories, right? Earlier. But now, things are that easy. You can cross the sea, that 7 seas, that quick. 16 hours, 22 hours, right? Your destination point is, US. Yes, 16 or 18 hours, at a stretch. Heathrow, is something, the breaking point. And after that, you can travel, further. 7 seas, that are possible. So the activities, that we had in childhood, whether they are available now again in our lifestyle, right? The activities we had earlier in childhood days, are we having, the same now? Why the change? Why you are allowing, that changes, to get into your lifestyle? These are all, answered, right, in the stories. The stories, that you are taking. What is grief, earlier? And what is grief now? Right. So earlier, that 2 things are, something very, very significant in everyone's life, right? The death, that experienced, by children, at the early stage. and the fear over death, these two things are, something very significant. All those are, dealt, that beautiful, in stories. They are in class, that the death and the fear over death, that comes, the later stage. But the girl child, that she has taken, that a strong decision of living, the life. The husband, introduced to her. And she has taken, everything, the right sense, right positive sense. Of course, this is something postmodern. And also, this is pluralism. That's what, that I try to look at, here in this story. Now, the diversity, that there are a few types, that I don't want to take, much time, but I'll tell you, something very significant, that I actually prepared a PPT. That was, my original plan to discuss, something about, the cultural pluralism, and post-colonial literature. So you might have listened all those, the definitions, right? I take, that a very simple question. How can people of different faiths and live together peacefully amid deep diversity of religions and worldviews? Right? Are we normal? This first question, that I want to ask is, are we normal? Are we, that satisfied with, the lifestyle we are keeping now? Are you away from fear? Are you strictly following, voluntarily all those rituals, all those rules and regulations, framed by either, religion or by your parents? Very strict, that is very open, that I'm asking. This question, is something very, very significant. So cultural pluralism tackles this particular question at the critical moment in the ascendancy of ethno-religious majoritarianism in the world. So you have already, that got rid of all those, ethnic. I'm not talking about, the ethnic jewels, that people are fond of. No. The ethnic, what I mean, is something, the tradition. Are we, that keeping, that strong? It clearly addresses the reality of diversity between different groups in the political context. That is one. The government will protect them and ensure they will all get equal opportunities. Government has been, telling this, to every individual, here. But are you getting, that? This question also, that you can keep in mind. Now, what are the diversities, that we have? Cultural diversity is one. Religious diversity is number two. Linguistic diversity is three. You have, a beautiful ethnic landscape. And finally, this political pluralism. Cultural diversity, I think I may not explain, in deep. So where actually, the Indian culture or Tamil culture or culture of this space, gone now. You cannot return, back. You cannot get back, that what you lost, what you have given up. Once it has gone, that means, it is gone. That is gone with the wind, right? Cultural diversity. And that's why, the crisis also comes. So you face, something different, immediately, that you accept it, right? You take it, you allow that one, to get into, just like, the cinema, that I told, where it has gone. The food, that you take. Maybe Professor Sumati, asked me whether you take non-vegetarian. I told her, that very frank, that I'm pure white. But I can take one piece, with me, to my space, to my son. Diversity. I asked her very open, that I'm not hiding. My son takes, I'm not taking. At home, that diversity, is there, the food is, different. Me taking, vegetarian, I am very strong, but I am not opposing, right? I'm not asking my son, to follow what I strictly, follow at home. No. I cannot go and watch, all the time, that he's living there in Bangalore. I cannot. And Bangalore, when I say, that culture, immediately comes to your mind. What I experienced in Christ University, right? Sorry. I don't have, such ambience, here in St. Mary's. No. Thanks to sisters, here. Trying every way, to protect, children, right? But that is different story, right? Christ University, Bangalore, is different story. I asked fathers, right? Father, where I should stand, right? It is not standing on the earth, right? In between, the cultures, available, the diversity of cultures available. Where should I stand, right? I landed there, with my dhoti and then a shirt, pink blank shirt, right? And father came to me to receive, right there at the entry point. Father invited me and then I said yes. After an hour or so, that traveling with him, walking a distance with him, that I understood difference. The difference, is very, very strong there. So cultural difference, that is diversity, that is one. Religious diversity, that yes, India, wherein you have all types of, religions. You have Hindu culture is there. I mean, Hinduism is there. Christianity is there. Islamic ruling is there, and so many, right? And the diversity, right? You come across people, right? You allow people, to have faith on their own religion without interfering, them. You permit, yes. Or you don't have, that any show at all, there. So this is religious diversity, linguistics, again. So this space, has something, a peculiar way of, communication, a peculiar way of communicating, your ideas. The language, that which people used to converse, here, you may not find, beyond Koilpatti or Satur, like. But I'm very comfortable because I was born here and born and brought up here, that I know the language style, I communicate with the same way, that you communicate. You cannot find much difference, right? Few things, that is. For me, this linguistic diversity, right? So thanks to children, that who are coming from Kerala, as a result, that I can converse bit in Malayalam also. Because as dean, that I'll have to communicate with the parents, of the Malayali children, right? And Telugu speaking children, right? They also come, right? As a result, the linguistic diversity, is very, very strong. So India, allows, such things, right? And post-colonial literature, that I take, and few authors, that I deliberate, so that, you can understand pluralism very strong. Salman Rushdie, his certification of history and language, right? Already I told you something about satanic verses, right? And you come across, that history is, dealt. History is actually, narrated. How come, that history be narrated? So he has taken, something, the components from history, and he has given, a fictionalized touch, to it. His own language, that is, he has adapted. Here and there, that either Hindi or Urdu, that being, that followed there in the narrations. And Amitav Ghosh, that post-colonial realities, that. So with Ghosh, that, yes. I understood, something very, very different, which I didn't come across, in any of the writers. Right? A way, that he has chosen to present, right? With British rule, right? The colony rule. Our farmers, mind were, they transformed, right? Transformed, very huge. Earlier, they used to indulge in, in our ethnic seeds. They have brought, with them, that opium seeds. And China, is part of it. They also, that experience, the same transformation, that experienced by Indians. The traditional ethnic farming, that was transformed into something, else. Without knowing, what is happening, right? I told you that children are not ignorant, right? They have, some. They have, some. We Indians, that we had, something. But the perception of the British, right? They looked at us that here are, people who are very ignorant, who are very uncivilized, and who are appear, who appear to our eyes, to their eyes, as slaves, like. As a result, the transformation, that has taken place from farming ethnic seeds, to something else. That morality, that becomes, a big question, there in their life. Amitabh Ghosh, that he presented, what is it called in his narratives, the post-colonial realities. Vikram Seth, his fusion of poetry and prose with Victorian grandeur, right? In novels, that you come across, that poetic narrations, right? Blending of, poetry and prose, right? This is also the pluralistic thinking, right? By Seth. Mystery. Decipher of the Parsi world, right? He has presented, the community, right? Parsi community. You all read, might have few of Rohingya Mystery's writings. You all read. Wherein, that he has taken his community, as town. I told you that ethnocentrism, right? They also changed. Parsi community, they all moved away, from India, settle in different spaces. For them, money making is not that serious. Already, they are very rich. They have gone away from India, settled in different spaces. Most of them, in Canada, like you have Kamala Das. Kamala Das actually, is an eye-opener. Women's, flight across, Kerala, Kolkata, and then Mumbai. So you come across, that these sort of presentations. And Sasi Deshpande, you have Atya Ujjain. So the empire is, striking back. So post-colonial Indian writers, through the writing, show that multiculturalism is, closely associated with identity politics. The politics of difference, politics of recognition. Now the difference, that you can say, it is not, that I, with my own perception, understand or differentiate, the things. You yourself, can say, now what are the changes? What are the differences, that you evolve? Change, that how it happened in your life. Change, that happened in your life. Politics of recognition, all of which share, a commitment to re-evaluating disrespected identities. So what is your identity? And what actually, that you are holding out. We say, that we are Indian. We say, that we are from Tamil Nadu. Yes. But you keep, yet another agenda. With you, that you say, how come, that happened in your life? The change, that occurred in your life. Disrespected identities and changing dominant patterns of representations and communication that marginalize certain groups. Rushdie maintains there are distinct advantages to being a migrant for both the writer and the person as a whole. So diasporic writers, they are all, that keeping an agenda, they write about India. They write about the nation, that they have chosen for their dwelling. Right? They have two things, as a person, that they experience. As a writer, they experience. We all appreciate, Chetan Bhagat, right? So when the first novel came, that we felt like, there is nothing, for research. There is nothing for research, in his writing. After 4 or 5 novels, that children came with an idea. Sir, what about Chetan Bhagat? So what do you have, for research? We asked. Immediately, they responded. So here is, a gentleman, writes about, a new culture, an IT culture. IT culture. That is, technology culture. That is about, the technology, technocrat. That is about people indulging or having, in mind about technology. And you have, something artificial intelligence. So where actually, that it came from, right? You allow machine to perform, all those activities, right, for you. It entertains, in all ways, right from your waking up from bed and then going to office, like in office also, artificial intelligence, is part of it. People have been writing about, this artificial intelligence, right? Thanks to people like Chetan Bhagat and others. Because they actually narrated about machine, right? Machine life. They write about, the IT culture, IIT culture. So in IITs, you can see, right? I told you something about Christ, and when you get into IIT, that things are entirely different. You heard about stories, that every man, a suicide right? Jumping from the third or fourth floor, right? It happens. And people used to knock their doors, inside, lock their doors inside, and then they keep, that, yes, life inside, for 3 days, 4 days without taking water or food or anything like, and finally, they come out and then say bye-bye to IIT and then go home, like. So getting admission there is, very tough, very difficult. At the same time, these are all something, the straight. This is also, that pluralism, the type of culture, right? You adapt to it, I was told like, that people doing research, in all science faculties, there in IITs, target is, every month, the target is, given. Target is given to scholars. You'll have to do it, right? You can roam around, you can do whatever, you like, whether you sleep or not, they don't bother. All those teachers, right? They give the target and you'll have to do it. A culture. You adapt. Earlier, you weren't so like. But after joining IIT, that you change. You evolve, something, a new culture, like. Okay. So the theme of multitudinous voices is, pervasive in many of his novels, Salman Rushdie's novels. Satanic voices. Saladin, becomes, a radio celebrity and known as man of 1,000 voices and a voice. In Midnight Children, 1,000 children with a plurality of, different languages, cultures, and beliefs. Yes. Now, what is belief? You have something on something. You have a trust on something. You are following in your life, a belief, which may not be, that possible, in someone else. They have, different belief. Children, they do have 1,000 children, 1,000 beliefs, like, and 1,000 cultures. So he recreated the language by combining it with Indian colloquialisms and Urdu and Hindi words, I told you. So Ghosh he talks about, the subaltern history, migration, colonization, and human relations. He unfolds intercultural and cross-cultural issues. Intercultural and cross-cultural issues, in fact. If you ask me, what is the culture, that you are holding? Sorry. I don't have, one answer, for it. You can see me, 2 or 3 cultures. That is a different one. Inside, right? I told you. My personal, that I told you, I shared with you. When I go home, right, by 6 o'clock or 6:30, right, I appear, different to my bedroom. My children are there, they look at me, different. So I'm here, in Tuticorin. When I go home, right, so what Tuticorin, is available with me, they search for. Or I present myself, without asking, without, asked by, someone else, I present. Maybe, the colloquial words, that are very popular here, that comes, right. Yeah, right. It happens, right. Yeah, right. So this comes, that casual, to me. They understand. So I have, a different culture, right. The adapted one, right. Or the real native, that came out, right. So intercultural and cross-cultural issues. So he deconstructs the history of modern science by rewriting in alternative subaltern history and acknowledges the contribution of non-Western knowledge systems. What does it mean? Non-Western knowledge systems. Can you have any such one with you? Do you have any such one with you? Non-Western knowledge system. Everything is West. So what is East available? Maybe the Bindi mark that I have here. That's all. That happens to be most of the people nowadays. Meenakshi Amman temple, at least dozen people from West, they visit every day. When they come out, they also appear with the Bindi mark. So that is not the real one, right? Showing out that you are Asian, you are Indian, you are Tamilian, or something like. So non-Western knowledge systems, can you show one, such which is available with you? The papers, the writing, the language. So this simple machine, like anything, that you take out, your tinge of it, is something, the best. The pen, that you have, the mobile, that you are keeping. Yes, the dress material. So the cotton is actually, right, created here. It goes out and then comes back, to you in the cloth form, right nowadays. So this is what actually happening, right? West is actually layered, cemented, right? West is layered, cemented. The ambience, here is, something very cool. What is real outside, 2 decades back or 2.5 decades back, that we didn't have, any such coolness, right? The car you travel, that carries, that AC system. Outside, is something very hot. You change. Why you change? Why you allow change, that you, in you? These are all, something very interesting. So diversity, right? Cultural diversity, that religious diversity is there. And when you speak, that, yes. 1986, when I joined, there in a college as a teacher, what was my performance and how I am performing now changes, right? I used to listen, something. Thanks to COVID, that I started listening as well as I started presenting, there in webinars. I listen people, from abroad, from the West. Nowadays, all YouTubes, that you listen. So before I came here, that I listened something about, pluralism by an interesting European teacher. So not that, the entire, that I am delivering, part of it, whatever is, suitable here, whatever is, the need. So I love to plan and then deliver, right, according to my own way. But everything, that I'm using, is part of West. So you cannot say, that I'm using something East alone. Part of us, is something West. This is what, pluralism. This is what multiculturalism. And this is what available in entire South Asian countries, because we were all under British rule, that earlier. And I think, that I have given you something. So the stories, that when you read, it may not, supply, what is it called? Pluralistic perceptions. But the moment, that you understand what is pluralism, maybe after today, right? After this, go home, and then you start cherishing what happened in the morning. And you start looking at the stories, in a different way. I do not know where this voyage I have begun will end. Yes, that is very true. This is what actually, the management of grief. I do not know which direction I will take. I dropped the package on a park bench and started working. So I dropped, the intellect, that I gained from various sources, various textbooks. So I dropped the intellect, that on this stage. And then, that I stopped the deliberations. And it is over to you, to decide. So what actually, is pluralism, right? So a small child, asks multiple questions, right? You may not be able to respond all those questions, that easily. It takes time, right? It takes time. Some questions are, very tough. Even the examination hall, that how to tackle all those questions. But when a child, asks, a question, sometimes you do not have any answer. You do have answer, but you cannot, explain. I'll tell you one more interesting thing, right? If I talk something about, a nonsense, I don't want to use the word, exact word. If I want to discuss or deliberate, something a nonsense within double quotes, you may all wonder at, right? Because you haven't heard about it, you haven't come across, and that is not possible in Indian situation. In classrooms, that we cannot discuss, many things, very open. Such things, that are not part of our lifestyle. But today, everything is, narrated. Every text, that you read carries abundantly, that words. All those words, that are not, that part of our lifestyle, but it is coming to you. And you start using it. Children are using it without understanding the meaning, sometimes. So in African countries, the text was, prescribed. The text was, included there in the syllabus. An English teacher, that was handling, the session. It is Mayor of Casterbridge. There comes, an interesting 4 alphabet word, right? You can guess. KISS. That was not part of the culture. They haven't heard of, children haven't heard of, such words. Teacher, found it very difficult to teach, that word, Mayor of Casterbridge, Hardy. And at last, he came out of the class, asked, his colleague, how to teach this. Sorry, sir. They may not aware of, such things. They do not have, that word, in their life. And that is, something treated as immoral. Such is the case. When you bring anything, new, you should be very careful, right? Because you are also giving it, to children. So pluralism is, happening. Pluralism is part of us, but at the same time, there are something, that are not, that easy to deliberate, to discuss. That things, that are also something, dangerous. So thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am, Sumati ma'am, for extending an invitation, and also, permitting me, at least to appear the last part of the, seminar. So I'm here to, ask, excuse. I'm really sorry that I was not able to make it in the morning. So that would have been, really very interesting to me, and I don't know you also. But very late, that I have done. Anyhow, I think, that I have done something, to this institute, to this group, and to my colleagues, and to all of you. Thank you. Bye-bye. See you.
Thank you, sir, for your clear deliberations on pluralism and diversity of South Asian literature. It was indeed a great pleasure to listen to your erudite session. We move on to the feedback session. May I now request Dr. C. Shola Fernando, Assistant Professor of English, Adityanar College, Tiruchendur, to give her feedback on this one-day national seminar.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries on the days, off the days, and my dear student friends. At the outset, I congratulate and appreciate the management, the Department of English, and the organizing committee or the team for hosting such a wonderful seminar. Because I know the strength of this department, because I was part of this department for 1 year. So I know the warmth and the caliber of the teachers and what kind of academic pursuit they are into. So I heartily congratulate and appreciate you all, ma'am. And coming to the sessions, it was really an eye-opener. And I look at from 2 different angles, from the researcher's point of view and from the teacher's point of view. So for the students' young minds, I think this platform would have given you a broad spectrum of information about what kind of book you can choose for your research. And from the research, or maybe from the supervisor's point of view, I do understand what kind of responsibility I have towards the student community and the society at large. So this entire day was a great academic feast, and I extend my sincere thanks to the entire team. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request S. Abhirami, research scholar, APC Mahalakshmi College for Women, Thuthukudi, to give her feedback.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Abhirami, research scholar from APC Mahalakshmi College. On behalf of everyone, I first thank the Teaching and Research Department of St. Mary's College for organizing such an enlightening seminar. First session by Dr. Samuel Rufus was very informative and interesting, as he gave anecdotes from his personal life, and he gave a detailed insight about heterotemporal sensibility and teaching mission and textual materiality. And the second section by Dr. Rachel John was thought-provoking. Her vivid presentation and videos helped us gather knowledge about the topics which she gave lecture. Thank you, ma'am. And also a special mention to Dr. Bhaskaran, who perfectly simplified the concept of pluralism by giving examples from literature, movies, and day-to-day incidents. So thank you very much, sir. And the hospitality showed towards us was very much overwhelming. It was such an overall really amazing experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhirami. Success always comes with a price, and the price is hard work, dedication, and sacrifice. It is time for certificate distribution. I will now call out the names of the paper presenters. Kindly receive your certificates. Dr. D. Joachim, Assistant Professor of English, St. Xavier's College, Palangote. I request our principal, Dr. Sister Jessie Fernando, to distribute the certificates. Dr. C. Shola Fernando, Assistant Professor of English, Adityanar College, Tirchandur. Mr. E. Lennon, Assistant Professor of English, Adityanar College, Tirchandur. Ms. J. Gina Job, Assistant Professor of English, St. Xavier's College, Autonomous, Palangote. Ms. A. Bertina Fernando, Assistant Professor of English, APC Mahalakshmi College for Women, Thuthukudi. Ms. M. Nandini, Assistant Professor of English, APC Mahalakshmi College for Women, Thuthukudi. I now request our Secretary, Reverend Sister Dr. C. Shibana, to do the honors. Ms. M. Rufina Mary, APC Mahalakshmi College for Women, Thuthukudi. S. Abhirami, Research Scholar, APC Mahalakshmi College for Women, Thuthukudi. R. Jeffrin Princey, Research Scholar, APC Mahalakshmi College, Thuthukudi. Ms. S. Ramona, Assistant Professor, Kamaraj College, Thuthukudi. Dr. D. Karpagavalli, Assistant Professor, Kamaraj College, Thuthukudi. Purnima K. Research Scholar, St. Xavier's College, Palangote. May I now request our chief guest, Dr. Bhaskaran sir, to give away the certificates. Ms. Shalini Jennifer D, Research Scholar, St. Xavier's College, Palamkote. Ms. Glory Ruth S, Research Scholar, St. Xavier's College, Palamkote. Ms. J. Surya Deepa, Assistant Professor, St. Xavier's College, Palamkote. Ms. Jijani V. Goshi, Research Scholar, St. Mary's College, Thuthukudi. Ms. Snorina I, Research Scholar, St. Mary's College, Thuthukudi. Ms. Annie Selva Iniba, Research Scholar, St. Mary's College, Thuthukudi. May I now request our resource person, Dr. Rachel John, to give away the certificates. Ms. M. Abshan, Second MA English, St. Mary's College, Thuthukudi. Ms. B. Anthony Steniba, Second MA English, St. Mary's College, Thuthukudi. Ms. S. A. Ashmita Srinidhi Christie, Second MA English, St. Mary's College, Thuthukudi. Ms. F. Blessy, First MA English, St. Mary's College, Thuthukudi. Ms. M. H. Rumana Hazin, First MA English, St. Mary's College, Thuthukudi. Thank you, dignitaries. Kindly be seated. Gratitude is a quality similar to electricity. It must be produced and discharged and used up in order to exist at all. William Faulkner. May I now request Dr. D. Shanmugajyoti, Assistant Professor of English, PG and Research Department of English, and the Organizing Secretary of this seminar to propose the vote of thanks.
Rejoice always, pray continually, give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you in Jesus Christ. Thessalonians 5:16-18. A very good evening to one and all gathered here for the valedictory function. Let me first of all start by giving glory to the God Almighty for making the national seminar a grand success. I deem it a great honor and privilege to thank our zestful, vibrant, and scintillating resource persons, Dr. G. Bhaskaran, Professor and Dean, School of English and Foreign Languages, Gandhigram Rural Institute, Gandhigram, Dindigul, Dr. Rachel, Assistant Professor of English, St. Joseph College Autonomous, Devagiri, Kozhikode, Kerala, and Dr. S. Samuel Rufus, Associate Professor, PG and Research Department of English, Madras Christian College, Autonomous, Chennai, for immediately accepting our humble invitation and sharing their vast knowledge with us. Thank you all for giving our students a deep insight into South Asian literature. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I wholeheartedly thank our secretary, Reverend Sister Dr. C. Shibana, our principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Jessie Fernando, our deputy principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Kulande Teres, our director of self-supporting courses, Reverend Sister Josephine Jairani, a remarkable, active, and frolicsome heads who are very dedicated and selfless in performing their duties, for their valuable support and incessant inspiration. I owe my special thanks to our head of the department, Dr. Judith Sheila Damayanti, for her constant support and guidance, and other members of the faculty for their cooperation. A special thanks to Dr. Leo Jacqueline, Dean, School of Culture, Dr. T. Mary Manonmani, Vice Principal, Dr. Serena Margaret, IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Betsy, Research Coordinator. My sincere thanks to Dr. Sudharani and Dr. T. Manonmani for helping us from day one until this successful day. My heartfelt thanks to our sponsor, Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank, for their generous contribution. I sincerely thank the other organizing secretary, Dr. N. Sumati, for her dedication and support. My unfeigned gratitude to the participants and presenters from various colleges, both online and offline. This is the very first time to have presenters from New Delhi, Assam, Haryana, Shimla, Kerala, Jharkhand, Aligarh, Chennai, etc. Thank you, scholars and professors from various colleges, and for your overwhelming response. A very big thank you to the non-tiring technicians, Mr. Loyola and Mr. Ans, for their timely help, and Ms. Patricia Ramila for her technical support. Last but not the least, from the bottom of my heart, I extend my sincere thanks to all our beloved students for maintaining discipline and decorum. Finally, I wish to leave you with this inspiring quote: eyes that see the, always beseech to have, eyes that see the best, a heart that forgives the worst, a mind that forgets the bad, a soul that never loses faith. Once again, I thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May we all rise for the college anthem. The passion behind power of a great story comes from the passion of the storyteller. And thinking back on South Asian literature, the word that comes to my mind is passion. We all share the same literary passion. The world of literary art is passionate and growing in favor as new and vibrant writers emerge every day. We have much to celebrate and many stories to tell. Looking forward to meet you all in another similar, even more enriched academic endeavor. This is Ms. Patricia and Sharon signing off from the MC desk. Thank you all once again.
Sharma, congratulations.